Hey, hello everyone, and welcome to another Chill Art Sunday. I almost said Gaming Friday, but today's Sunday, not Friday. I am a little bit late today because I slept in, so I apologize. For some reason, OBS is using a lot of processor today. I don't know why. Here, let me show you. Let me open Task Manager. Yes, here's the one who's using the most of the processor, OBS 64. I really have no idea why OBS is taking up so much processor today. Let's hope that this is not going to be much of a problem. But yeah, so that Christmas picture that I have been working on for literally years now. I doubt I am going to be able to finish it today still, but hopefully I can make some good progress. Also, I might cut today's stream a little shorter because usually I stream for at least 3 hours on Sundays, but I might only do 2 hours a day, if not less, because let's just say that there are some problems going on around here in the house that well, it's going to require my attention. So yeah, and if I'm honest, I am feeling a tad bothered by those. But anyway, I'm gonna try and not let that get in the way of my emotions and feelings, so I can actually make this stream. Because this is something I really love to do. It is very relaxing. And yeah, so yeah, okay, so I have finished for the most part shading all three characters. They're just going to need some detailing on their shading, but that's gonna come later. I have pretty much finished the effect of the dragon's tail dragging across the snow, so that's pretty much. I know this looks very janky on this area over here, but that part is hidden by his tail, so it's no problem. Here, let me show you. See, you cannot see that. And it actually kind of looks like his tail has been dragged across the snow. A little yawn. I apologize for the yawn. Like I said, I slept in. I woke up a few minutes ago, pretty much. What was I gonna say? Let's see. These are the food slash paw prints and hoof prints. Okay, so what I believe I am going to do next is try and shade the trees. The trees are plentiful, and oh boy, we got all these layers. That's let's see how many layers there are. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tree layers. That's not 12 trees, that's 12 tree layers. Each one of these layers contains more than one tree. So there's a lot of trees in here. But I suppose that's how forests work, right? They have lots of trees. Okay, so on this layer, I couldn't even bother naming all of the layers. So on this layer, this one layer actually has only one tree. Look at those mountains over there. That actually looks pretty. Oh man, I love it. It's too bad most of this is actually hidden by the trees, but remember that moon, that extra moon I have added on the last stream? There it is. It looks so cool with this landscape. Oh, I love it. I love it. I could try and add some extra clouds down here, like maybe some sort of mist or fog, but I think all of those would be hidden by the trees entirely. So I'm not sure if that would make much of a difference. I might do it later. even if just to see what it's going to look like. But for now, let's focus on these trees. So they're shading. How am I gonna do this? Let's grab the dodge tool, burn tool. For the moment I'm just changing some settings on these two. I mean, right, back to the dodge tool. Do I want a round soft brush, or do I want some brush that has some specific shape? Maybe I might want to use this one. Let me change the size a bit. If this one is leaves. Let me see what this might look like. Because I'm thinking about using a brush that has some sort of shape. Because, well, this is a tree, so it has a bunch of leaves. I don't want the effect to look too, how can I say it? Too smooth, you know? It must have some sort of texture. Okay, I think this brush here might work, but size 50 is too big. Let me make it smaller. Yeah, I don't think that looks bad, but it definitely could be better, I guess. It is actually good that this layer has only one tree. Excuse me. Because I can sort of use this one as a practice for the remaining for the other ones. Also, is pen pressure actually working? Yes, it is. Good. Pen pressure is important because it helps a lot with adding just the right amount of a given effect. Okay, so the light is coming from up here on this area. It's shining down, so I'm gonna need light like this section, kind of like this, more or less. Alright, somewhere here too. A little bit down here, maybe. Oh yeah, look at that. Down there on that trunk. Kind of looks like light is shining through the leaves up here and touching this area. Nice, I like it. Okay, I might use some soft brushes as well for the lighting and shading, but for now let me just focus on these highlights. Actually, what I have just done here, no, goes away. So I gotta remember, I'm using the leaf brush size 20. I must not forget about that. That is important information. Okay, let's switch to the burn tool. Use a soft round brush. Darken up this tree. Like that. Yep. Now switch back to the dodge tool. Let's change the exposure to 50%. And this is why I said that I need to remember the brush and the size that I am using, because I am going to switch to a round soft brush. So I gotta remember that information so I can switch back to that brush later for the other trees. Okay, now I am going to pick a smaller soft brush, And I am going to do some lighting on this side of the tree, because again there should be some light coming from this side as well, but since the light is not coming directly from this side, like, you know, being cast by the sun. Oh, it is being cast by the sun, but on this side here is mostly just reflections, so this area here can be more soft. Now, how exactly do I want to carry on with the highlighting? Hey, Cookie! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Happy Sunday. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Hi. But yes, I was saying, do I want to use some soft highlighting over here? Let me see what this looks like. If not, then I am going actually... This might actually work. Let me use a smaller size though. Yeah, I'm going to do it like this. And if I like the result, I am going to keep it. Otherwise, I am going to switch back to that leaf brush to try and do this. Because the kind of problem the leaf brush has is that it has too much of a defined shape. Victor Nemias, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining us. Love drawing trees, they are so fun. Because you can do so much with it. Yeah, I love drawing trees too. Although I do have kind of a love-hate relationship with drawing trees. They are very fun to draw, and you definitely can do a lot with them in terms of creativity. Actually, this looks pretty good in terms of shading. Yes, I think this is how I'm gonna carry on. But yeah, you can do a lot with them, but at the same time, they can also be really difficult to work on. Really difficult to make them look good, to make them right, you know. Yeah, drawing trees is great, but also can be a pain. And that is why I have this kind of love-hate relationship with trees, with drawing trees. I mean, I'm adding here some shadow highlights, like these sections here should, in theory at least, have far less light, because, you know, they are more hidden away inside the tree, more covered by leaves and such. There we go. That actually looks pretty good. I like it. Yeah, I did it. Okay, let's do the next ones. Okay, there's only one more tree on this second layer here, which I also haven't named. Hey, thank you, Cookie. Okay, let's do the same thing I have done with that other one. Let's do with this one. Let's go back to the dodge tool, change all the settings back to 100%. And that brush that I used, it was the leaves brush, size 20. Although this is a larger tree, I'm not sure if I'm going to need a larger brush for this one, but let's try. Why is there an ant on my tablet? Go away, little ant. There's nothing for you up here. Art is not for ants. Okay, so again, the light is coming from this section. So we add this lighting covering these areas of the tree. You might notice that I am not going all the way, and I am leaving some parts without this effect. That is because those areas are supposed to have less light, being shone on top of them. Every tree wants his own little tree. But no, these ants are just going to crawl all over the place in the tree, and I am working on the tree, and they're just gonna get in the way. Nah, let's leave the ants out of this, at least for now. Now switch to the dodge tool, and like I have done with the other tree, let's darken everything with the exposure of 100%. There we go. Now I can go ahead and switch the exposure now to 50% because I am going to need 50% exposure on the burn tool later. Let's switch back to the dodge tool. Let's have it at 50% exposure as well. And a soft round large brush. Let's brighten it up to remove only half of that darkness I have just applied. There we go. That seems okay. Now, still using this brush, but on a smaller size. Let's do that lighting thing on the side. Like this, because this is light that is coming from behind the tree. So it doesn't have to be much light, and it doesn't have to be too detailed. Now, smaller brush. What was the brush I used for this part on the other one? 65? I think it was 65. Now let's do some light highlights over here. These lower areas of the leaves, because again, these are the parts that are receiving the most light. There we go. Some more light down here too. That was too much. Oh, dang it. I'm doing this and does everything. I should have done this part here down on the trunk separately. That's okay. I'm going to redo these, and then I'm going to let go of the tablet so it can register as its own thing on the changes history on Photoshop, and then I can just do the trunk separately. That way, if I make some mistake there, I can easily undo it. Actually, you know what's the problem? The brush was too small for this thing that I want to do here. No, this one's too big. Let's try 100. Oh yes, much better. Much better. Now, let's go back to the the burn tool, and use a small brush. 65 will do. And let's do that shading highlight underneath these leaves here, underneath each one of these sections of the tree, just like I have done with the other one. And look, this is by no means this is realistic. That is never my intention to make something look realistic, but this, I think this is looking natural, because that is what I want to look natural. Not realistic, just gotta look natural. Nice. Let's compare with the other one. Excellent. Hey, I like it. I like it. Let me save. Always remember to save your progress frequently. Where I'm from? I am from Brazil, Cookie. So this next layer also has only one tree. And here I was talking about 12 layers where most of them only have don't have any one single tree. So far, every single one of the 3 layers that I have working on only have one tree. But that is not the case for all of them. I do know that most of them do not have only just one tree. Okay, let's pick that leaf brush, size 20. It looks so small on this one, but that's okay. You know what? Size 20 is actually the perfect size for this. Just a second and I'm gonna answer a question, Cookie. I saw you just typed something there. And there we go. What is the drawing gonna be in the end? Looks great so far. Hey, thank you. This is a Christmas picture that I started working on like literally 4 years ago. And every year I tell myself, this year I'm going to finish this in time for Christmas, but I never do. And again, I did the exact same thing in 2020. I told myself I'm going to finish this in time for Christmas, especially now that I am doing this on a live stream. But unfortunately, I could not finish this in time, so Christmas is gone. But I'm going to finish this anyway, even though this is a Christmas themed thing. Let me show you what it is, what it looks like in general. So we have here this snowy field, those snowy mountains back there. The sky has two moons. There's one over here, and there's this big one over here because this is a fantasy setting. And let me re-enable the layers I have hidden so you can have an idea of what this is going to look like when finished. So there's all of these trees. Those trees I have shaded so far look really nice with the other trees. I like it. And there's these three characters here. So my idea was to have this be a Christmas themed picture and have these three characters of mine here. It's like they are posing for a picture, like wishing you a happy holidays, you know, that sort of stuff. I'm not sure if I am going to have some text up here on top saying happy holidays or just have them posing like this. But yeah, that is a general idea. I have already finished the shading on these three guys here. The shading just needs some detailing, but that's gonna come later. I also gotta do their feet, hooves, and paws over here. I must make them look like they are sunk into the snow, not just standing above the snow like it looks like here. And there's this effect here to give the idea that the dragon has dragged his tail across the snow here. And there's some paw prints to indicate that he came walking here and then sat. And there's some hoof prints over here coming from the back of the dragon. These obviously belong to this little unicorn here. And there's some footprints over here coming from the other side of the dragon. These are to give the idea that these two were riding the dragon, who walked in, sat, and then they climbed down from the dragon's back and walked up front and posed. So that is a general idea. I love dragons too. That is awesome. Dragons are fantastic. I gotta say, I love dragons. They're so cool. I don't think I would like them to actually be real because it could be literally a big problem for our society. But dragons are definitely a cool thing. Okay, so back to shading these trees here. Let me quickly undo here to make sure I know where I stopped. Okay, I see. So I just burned the tree, quote unquote, because I made it darker. So now I gotta make it lighter again at an exposure of 50%. So let's do just that. You see, this the usage of the dodge tool at 100% on just a few areas, then burn tool at 100% on everything, and then the dodge tool on everything with 50% exposure. That alone, even though it's something really simple, that alone already works towards making the tree look natural in terms of shading. You know, you can already tell that it has light coming from this side here, so it is darker on this side here because it has less light coming from that side. It doesn't look good yet, but it already looks natural. Now I just gotta make it look even more natural by again adding light on this side, very softly like this, just so it looks like, you know, there is light coming from the back there, you know, light that is reflecting off the snow from the atmosphere itself and such. Now let's do the lighting highlight on the leaves, just like this. Now I gotta remember to separate this section from what I'm going to do next, which is this here. Also, I gotta use rather, not need, a larger brush with this. There we go. Nice. Let's go back to the burn tool, size 65, and let's do that shading highlight that gives this tree a more natural appearance. Okay, this area here is a little funky. It's a little larger than I expected. That doesn't look good. I'm going to come back to that part later. Let me do the rest first, because the rest should be easier than that. Because I think how I am going to fix that there. Not fix, how I'm going to do that one. It is larger, so that is going to require a little bit of a different approach. Let's do this in here. Okay, let's use the leaf brush, size 20, but instead of using this on the dodge tool to make light highlights, I am using this on the burn tool to make shading shadow highlights. There we go. Now that looks more natural. Now I suppose I can switch back to a soft brush and do this a little bit more here, and there we go. Let's compare with the other ones. Nice, very, very nice. Let's save and move on to the next layer, which is layer 5. Again, I haven't named most of these because there are so many. And it's gonna be that tree. I'm drinking some coffee over here, so excuse me for a moment. Ah, delicious. Alright, Mr. Tree, it is your turn to be shaded. Where is the leaf brush? There it is. I like this song so much. Oops, I applied too much of this effect. Here we go. But I have a more soft touch on the tablet with this thing here. Because if I press the pen too hard on the tablet while applying this effect, it is going to apply too much of it. It's going to look too hard, if that makes any sense. There we go. And if that happens, then it is not going to look as natural anymore, and it must look natural. Oh my god, come on, select just those two characters there. There we go. Let's switch to the dodge tool. And let's darken it up. Now I can hard press on the tablet. Stuff like this is the reason why pen pressure is something very, very important. Because it is through the pen pressure that you can, I don't want to say calculate, but I think measure is the term that I want to use here. Is the way you can measure how much strength is applied to a given stroke of a given brush. Like, let me switch to an actual brush and let me do this on a new layer. Like, for example, if I want to make, I'm using soft round brush on here, by the way. If I want to make like just a teeny tiny line, soft brush going across here like this, I just press the pen very lightly against the tablet. But if I want to make this line larger and more visible and such, I apply more pressure, and I am gradually applying pressure here. I am pressing the pen harder against the tablet more and more, and you can see here how much this line changes as I apply. Now I am applying full force, and look at that. See, now if I reduce this force, you'll notice that less and less is applied until nothing else is applied, because now I'm not even touching the tablet anymore. But yeah, this is very important when you are shading, because depending on how much strength you apply on the stroke, that is going to define how much of a given effect is going to be applied on a given element that you are shading or applying some effect to it. So I think the next thing I was going to do was this. There we go. Yes, it was this. Good. Good. Okie dokie, let's switch to a smaller brush, size 65? No, 65 is too small. 100. Let's do that soft lighting on this side of the tree, because even though this is out of frame, there's still light coming from that side. After all, supposedly there is more world going on now over here. Now let's do the light highlighting on some sections. You know, this song that is playing right now, that is exactly what I have on my phone for my ringtone. There we go. Now a little bit of a larger brush to do this part. Over here, the trunk. And voila! Now the burn tool for the shading highlights, and this tree will be finished. And this is an example of what I was talking about, pen pressure. I am not using much pressure here. I am pressing the pen very lightly against the tablet, just so I have just the right amount of shading. I can use more pressure, but then it won't look very natural anymore. And I want this to look as natural as I can possibly make it. What can I say? I am a perfectionist. I may not be a great artist, but the little I know how to do, I like that to be done as best as I can possibly make it. This is a very fun song. There we go. Now this tree is done. Nice. This pine tree forest is going to look so nice. Let's go to the next layer. Oh, it's a different tree. Cool. I am going to do this kind of tree later. I want to finish first this kind of tree. Okay, this layer is also that same kind of tree. Okay, here's another one of these. Another lone tree on this layer. There we go. But yeah, I'll come back to that other type of tree later. So for now I'm going to leave those two layers disabled. That way you can easily find them when it's their turn to be shaded. Because I am not entirely sure if I am going to use the exact same technique that I am using with these here. I probably am. But yeah, I don't want to break the, how can I say it, the, not stride, the rhythm. Yeah, I kind of got a rhythm going on here with these trees, and I don't want to break it. I don't want to break it by going to a different type of tree and potentially doing things a little bit differently. Go. Very nice. By the way, if you hear some noises on the background, that's my neighbors. They are kind of having a pool party, and my window is right next to their backyard. And I have my window closed, by the way, to reduce the amount of noise, but even though I have the window closed, I am wearing headphones and I am listening to music and talking. I can still hear music and noises from their backyard. So if I can hear that, you probably can hear too. So if you hear any of that, you know what it is. I even have my door closed. And I just realized my cat's in the bedroom. She just laid on the floor over there and is licking herself. What a cutie. Okay, so I have just run this at 50%. Let's use brush size 100 and do the lighting on this side of this tree. You see, this is the problem with drawing forests. You have a lot of trees to shade, and trees take a lot of time to shade. Not to say that I don't like shading trees, they are fun, but they do take time. And I think this is what I want now. No, it isn't. This is what I want. Steel Dodge 2. Hey Vortex, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Happy Sunday. I hope you're doing well. How are you? Yeah, this is what I want. Dodge 2 with a brush size 65 to do the highlight on these sections over here. Light highlighting. There we go. Now that looks more natural. Now I can use the burn tool with a brush size 65 to do the shading highlights underneath the leaves on each one of these sections. This is going to be the same thing that happened with that other tree. I'm going to have to use a different brush for that part. So I will come back to that in a bit. Let me I do the shading down here. Look how natural this is looking so far. I love it. It makes me very happy when some effect that I apply actually works out the way I have intended. And when it looks good, obviously. Hey, you're welcome, Vortex. Okay, now let's switch to this brush, size 20, and let's do this part here. Now the reason why I rely so much on this leaf brush is because of the shape this brush possesses. No, of the shape this brush has. Let me show you with the actual brush tool what I'm talking about. On the default size, this is what the leaf brush looks like. It looks like a bunch of leaves, but if I reduce its size like 20, that leaf shape, it gives, well, if applied correctly, it can give the idea that the light or the shade that is on some surface is being cast on some sort of irregular surface, you know, like asphalt, for example. It is not, even the most smooth of asphalts, if you get close to it and you put your hand there, you will feel that it has many imperfections on the surface. You can visibly see it, and when light and shadow hits that surface, you can see that imperfection, you can see highlights of that imperfection. And this is what this brush does. It gives that idea of imperfections on a given surface. So that is why I rely so much on this brush for lighting and shading. Thank you, Vortex. I am also really liking how this is looking so far. But yeah, in a mixed with different colors, and the way that different colors are applied, like this white against the green there, you see, like it's like this white has been sprinkled over the green there, because this is supposed to be snow on leaves. So even though this is not exactly very detailed, it's not made to look real, it looks natural. And in unison with that, I don't know if you can tell with these pixels over here, for example, in unison with that, the leaf brush, it enhances the idea that there are leaves on these trees, because these are trees. Trees have leaves. So your brain automatically thinks that, not thinks, it interprets, it understands that these are leaves, that there's light being shone on them. I don't know if any of what I just said makes any sense to you. I'm not very good to explain some things, but it makes sense in my head at least. What's it gonna do? Right, I need the burn tool now. Let's darken this up. Like that. Wait a second. Quick question, how long have you been working on this drawing? That depends. Are you asking for how long I have been working on this today, or for how long I have been working on this as a whole? Did I use the dodge tool with an exposure of 50% on this tree? I think I did. Oh crap. Gonna have to do it again. No problem. But yeah, if you are asking as a whole, that's gonna be almost 4 years. No, almost 5 years, sorry. Like literally. I started this, I think it was 2016. I have the date here somewhere. Yeah, here. Yeah, I started this on the 17th of December 2016. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. On 2020, it has completed 4 years. 4 years since I started this. It would be 5 years later this year, 2021. Oops, I think I forgot to change the size of the brush. Oh, no, I didn't. But yeah, it's been a very long time. Every single year I tell myself, this year I'm going to finish this Christmas picture in time for Christmas. And I just simply never do. 4 years, yep, 4 years. I know it sounds absurd, and it is, but that's how long it's been. Yep. The thing is, in order for me to manage to get something done art-wise, I need to not be stressed out. I need to be in a good mood. You know, I need to feel like drawing. I need to be in the right emotional place, and most of the time in the past few years, that's simply not something that has happened very often to me. Much on the contrary, due to so many issues in my real life, and stress, and concerns, worries, that sort of stuff, I just have been too emotionally drained to be in the mood to do any art. And this is what I call a lack of motivation. I simply don't feel very motivated to do art, and not motivation in the sense that I don't have a reason to do art. Like if I get a commission order, for example, that's a sort of motivation. You know, I would be paid to do a picture, so that's a sort of motivation. But that's not that kind of motivation. It's literally the feeling like doing it, if that makes any sense. And I haven't had that much of that in the past few years. And believe me, it is far worse to suffer from lack of motivation than an art block, because when you have an art block, your issue is that you don't have inspiration, or sometimes not even ideas, to draw anything. But when you have a lack of motivation, the inspiration and the ideas, they are there. They pop out, they pop up all over the place all the time. I have several ideas for new pictures in my head. I have had several of these for years now. I even started some. I actually have a lot of pictures that I have started over the years and have never finished. And so yeah, the inspiration and the idea, they are there. The problem is simply that you don't feel like doing anything. And I have tried forcing myself to draw when I don't feel like doing it, and it's terrible. It's a terrible experience. So they're like the opposite. Yeah, pretty much. And drawing is something that I love with a passion. If I could, I would do this for a living. Sorry. But when you don't feel like doing it, it goes from being the best experience in the world to being potentially one of the worst, because I simply cannot get anything done, and the little that I could get done when I forced myself to draw when I wasn't feeling like doing it, it was bad. And because it was bad, I felt frustrated, and in feeling frustrated, it just worsened the way I was already feeling. So yeah, bad experience to force yourself to draw when you are not in the mood. And that is why I haven't drawn much in years, literally years now, and why I have so many things that I have started years ago and could never finish. Like there is one late commission that I have received the order for that, like I think 2 or 3 years ago, maybe not that long. Now I don't remember, and I only finished that last year. It turned out great. The time passage actually helped because I did improve a little bit, so it turned out better than it would if I had finished that in time. But it took years to finish that, and that was very bad. I was personally annoyed by the fact that it took so long to finish that. With that said, though, I am a man of my word. If I promise you that, if I promise you, hey, I promise you I am going to finish this thing, this is going to be done, then believe me, that picture I promised is going to be done. When it's going to be done is a different matter, but it definitely is. But yeah. Now the thing with that commission in particular, and another one too, actually, is that, well, the timing of those two was just bad because when I got the order for those two commissions, I was like pretty much almost at the peak of my lack of motivation issue. So the timing was simply wrong, and that is why they took so long. Like it would be a different matter now if I got some commission order now, because I feel much better these days. I still feel crap, but I feel much better. And one thing that has helped me a lot is the Sunday streams, where I stream art every Sunday. That sounds redundant, but yeah, that's what I mean. Because this have interaction, have people watching and giving opinions and such, this actually helps a whole lot. Oh, I forgot to do the trunk over here. You have no idea how much this helps to get stuff done. So yeah, it would be a very different matter now if I got an order commission, because whether I feel like working on it or not, I would get stuff done much quicker than I was doing like 3 years ago. Because of course I would be working on those on the very least on every Sunday. And another thing too, I currently have many things in my mind that are stressing me out in my real life. Like for example, right now, literally right now, my mother is sick, and actually after this stream, I'll try to convince her to take her to the hospital because she needs it. And she has a problem on her legs, and it's really very painful. For weeks now, she has been suffering from very strong pains, to the point where she literally screams as loud as she can possibly scream, even during the late hours of the night. Actually, the other night, our neighbors came to our front gate and to ask what was happening. They even threatened to call the police because they thought she was being beaten, which obviously she wasn't. She was just suffering from those pains. So I had to go out there and explain what is happening. And yeah, it's a very stressful, yeah, that sucks a lot. It's a very stressful situation. And on top of that, there's also the cost of all of this, because we have to buy lots of medicine, lots of curatives, material to make curatives for for her legs, and that costs way more money than we are able to spend every week. And my dad also takes some medicine, but thankfully his health is in good shape, so his medicine is just to keep things in order. But the medication he takes is expensive as well. So have these two people who need some sort of medical attention that costs a lot of money at the same time, and one of them suffering so much, that is extremely stressful. So yeah, that is one of the many things that has been going on in my life right now that are really stressing me out. So yeah, it's pretty bad. But the point I'm trying to get to make with this is that even though that stresses me out a lot, in order for me to be able to make these streams, especially the Sunday stream, which requires me to draw stuff, and to draw this I have to be in a good mood. So the way I have been managing to get these streams done, to be in a mood good enough to make them work, to make them happen, is that I have been kind of isolating myself in a way, shielding me from these stressful matters, like a day before each one of these streams and on the day of the stream. That's the only way I have been managing to fix my mood enough to do this, to make this work. And I mean, as you have just heard, things are going bad, but I think I sound like upbeat. I think I sound kind of in a good mood, right? So yeah, it helps a lot to, I think the term I'm looking for is to psych myself up to make this work. And it works. It helps a lot with the mood. But yeah, and this is something that I wasn't doing years ago. I was just letting stuff get to me, and things were getting to me very hard back then. And yeah, unfortunately I cannot keep this up all the time, all throughout the week. I can't just keep psyching myself up all the time so I can be on a good mood every single day of the week, unfortunately. So like, I was in a very crappy mood on Thursday and Saturday, for example. But yeah, the least stressful, the least stress that I can feel, the better. And thank God I have been managing to accomplish that, even if it's just a couple days a week. Which is not to say that I manage to do it all the time in time for the streams. I don't. Like, there have been some streams a few weeks ago that I did it, but I did it forcibly, very forcibly, because I just wasn't feeling like it. Actually, there was one. I think my cat is asking to go out. Yeah, she's meowing at the door. But yeah, there was at least one that I can remember that I actually have ended earlier, about an hour earlier, because I wasn't very in the mood to do it. Give me just a second. I'm going to open the door there to let my cat out. Hold on. I'm not even gonna turn off the microphone. Just a moment. You wanna go out, Kitty? There you go. You can go now. See you later. No, you're just gonna stop on the door now. Down the morning, Kitty. Go out. Gotta get back to the stream. There you go. Alright, I'm back. I can hear the cat. Yeah, she was asking to go out. She's a very good kitty. She can be very annoying sometimes, but we love her. She's a very loving kitty. But yeah. And I'm not sure what I was talking about. Oh yeah. So yeah, there have been some days that I wasn't feeling in the right mood to do the streams, but I did them anyway. But sometimes I had to end them earlier. and that sucks. But thankfully, I have been managing to make this work for the most part, at least, and that is very good. Size 20 on the leaf brush is a little too big for this particular tree here, but I'm gonna keep using it because it is not so bad. Let's do the lighting on this side like I have done with the other trees. I'm gonna drink some more of my coffee here. Give me a sec. Now we have that cat that you heard. She's about 2 years old. She's a female, and she has had a kitten, well, a few kittens, last year, and it was a litter of 6 kittens. 4 of them were completely white, 2 of them were completely black, like literally 100% white and 100% black. And we got to keep one of them. The other ones have been adopted, and we got to keep one of them to keep her company. I wish we had kept a black one, but the one we have kept is white, which is fine, no problem there. He's a very smart kitty. He's really playful, he's really cute. And I think it was the best decision we have ever made in regards to that cat, because this was her second and now final litter, because we got her fixed after that, so she won't have any more kittens anymore, which is a bit sad, but we can't have that cat having kittens all the time. We don't have the resources, let alone the room in the house for so many cats. Because a cat printer ran out of color ink. Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Oh, but yeah, we don't have the resources, we don't have the room in the house to allow her to be having kittens all the time, and it's actually bad for her health, because we don't know why, but our cat, she has had very big difficulties to give birth to her kittens. Every time she has given birth to kittens, it always took her several hours of the day, even a whole day, to manage to get all of the kittens out. Like her first litter, for example. Oops, this brush is too big. Her first litter, for example, she gave birth to 1 kitten in the evening, and the second of, I think that litter was 5 kittens at the time. The second kitten of that first litter of 5 kittens came out only, like, I think 4 to 5 hours later after the first kitten, and she always has a lot of pain. It is very sad to see her in that situation. So we decided, you know what, we cannot afford to have too many cats. We don't have the room to have too many cats. She always has a lot of trouble having these kittens, so you know what, it's best for all of us. It's gonna be best for all of us if she's neutered, so she cannot have kittens anymore. So after this second litter, we did that. We took her to the vet. She had the surgery, and thank God she's fine. She's back to being the same cat she was before. Oops, this is the burn tool. No, that's not what I want. Not here. But yeah. So and also, every time we gave away her kittens for adoption, she always was very visibly depressed for several days, and that was very sad. She was clearly really sad. She always would meow loudly across the house. walking around all the time, pacing frenetically. She was clearly looking for her kittens, and that was really hard on our hearts. And so to not have that happen anymore, and especially now that she won't have any kittens anymore, we decided, you know what, let's keep one of these to keep her company. And that was really the best thing we have done for that cat so far. She is very happy. She did I do the light highlights here? I don't remember I did. She oh, this is the burn tool. So yeah, she did not fall into that depression that she fell with her first litter, and that was great. But yeah, I remember when my dogs had pups, 3 new pups in less than 10 minutes or something, I think. It was 6 a.m. we were asleep. Oh, that must have been a very noisy experience. They were little noise machines because they were always crying. Yeah, I figured they would make a lot of noise, especially at that hour of the morning. But yeah, and this kid we kept, he's very smart. He's extremely playful. He's really cute, and my dad loves him. My dad really loves him. He picks him up on his arms. He caresses him. And the kitten loves it. The kitten loves it. My dad loves it. It's great, and we all love that kitten. That said, though, although he is very playful, he is really cute. That's a big tree. He is really cute. He's really playful. He knows how to be also very, very annoying. He comes here in my room. He walks over the food support that I have here under my desk, and I step barefoot on this support. So I put some sort of protection on it to keep it always very clean, you know, because I step barefoot on this. And that kitten, he always walks over it. He makes the thing very filthy with his little paws because, you know, the cats, they walk barefoot all over the place, so their paws are always filthy. And I don't like that, and he knows that I don't like that, because when he walks here, he stops, looks at me, and then he literally runs to my foot support and walks over it. But yeah, and also he loves to claw at the protection that I put on the wall here, so I don't hit the wall with my chair directly, and the wires and such. And that is really annoying. And he knows that it bothers me, but he does it anyway. It is very cute, but it is also very annoying sometimes. But yeah, so when he gets in here, if he starts doing that stuff, I know he's just playing. He's looking for attention. But I'm usually busy, and what a little punk, yeah. So yeah, when he starts doing that and it starts to get out of control, I just say, like, you know what, little guy, you gotta go. This is too much. So I pick him up, or I use an actual laser pointer sometimes, and I take him out of the room and close the door. But yeah, he's very cute. We love him. The good thing is that I got to skip school to take care of him. Ah, you're lucky. I really doubt that over here, back when I was school, my school would allow me to to skip school to take care of cats. But yeah, that is very cool. Very cool of your school. But also another thing that cats loves to do is when I am, not just me, but anyone in the house, when we are standing in front of the sink in the kitchen to do the dishes, we have a curtain underneath the below the sink, you know, to hide the stuff that's in there. We keep some cleaning products down there, some saucepans as well. They are separate by a shelf down under the sink. The cat wants attention. Yup. He does, and he gets a lot of it. But yeah, we have that little shelf on the sink to keep those things. So we have a curtain to hide it all. And one thing that he loves to do when we are in front of the sink doing the dishes is he lies down underneath the that curtain, and he keeps hitting our feet with his paw. His head, his whole body is hidden behind the curtain. It's like he thinks he is invisible, like we don't know he's there. So he sneakily taps our foot with his paw. Sometimes he claws at it. You know, he's just playing. And it's really adorable. And we love him. We love him so much. Now, the other day when he was doing it, I actually removed the curtain. I opened the curtain so he was fully visible. And he looked at me and he just didn't do anything anymore. It was like, oh crap, the human found me. Okay, he found me. Act normal, do nothing. I'm innocent human. I'm not doing anything. And he stayed quiet. But the moment I closed the curtain again, and he was hidden, he started toying with my foot again. As a little rascal, that one. But yeah, we love him a lot. You know what? I'm going to use brush number 100 for these highlights here, because this tree so far is the largest one. And his mother is also very playful, although not as much as him anymore because she's more mature than him. But when she decides it's time to play, oh boy, she is playful. He runs all over the place, climbs up on top of the couch. Sometimes if you are not paying attention, she will tackle the back of your leg. Not to hurt, of course, it hurts a little, but she doesn't do it to hurt. She's just playing, and we love her. With those two, there's no way, even though when sometimes, dang it, I'm using 100% exposure. No, I was supposed to be using 50% exposure. Crap. But even though when they do something that they should not do, and we get angry at them, it's really difficult to be angry for long. Just look at their faces is enough to melt anyone's heart. Actually, you know what? Here, let me show you a picture of this little kitten that I just told you about. I don't have it on my computer, so I'm gonna have to plug my phone here. It's gonna take just a moment. I'm plugging in the USB cable on the phone. There's a bark. There's a dog barking outside. Plug it over here on this USB port. Shut up, phone. I know you have been plugged in. Let's see. Android system. File transfer. Now there should be a window pop-up on the screen. Okay, there isn't. Here, Asus, Zenfone, eSIM, camera. Okay, while that loads, let me carry on with the shading over here. Another thing that kitten has done the other day, and he does this sometimes, is he will lay down under my chair. He will start playing with my feet, similarly to how he does in the kitchen when we are doing the dishes. He does with the back of my feet. It is really cute, but it's also really annoying sometimes. And I actually took a picture of him doing that the other night. Here it is. And that's him the other night when he was doing just that. He laid under my chair, and he kept tapping at my feet, grabbing my feet with his paws and claws. And this is the foot support that I was telling you about. I stepped for bare feet on this. And there's the little rascal. Look at that face. Look at that face, so cute. So he was playing with my feet here. I pointed the camera at him. He saw I was doing something. He looked at me and said, "Oh, it's as if he's saying, oh, hi, human. I'm not doing anything. How are you?" What a cutie he is. Let me show you a picture of my cat, the one that was here in the room. I asked him to go out. Here's her with her litter. I was gonna say litter box. No, with her litter of kittens. I think this is her second one. Oh, look at these. So cute. I wanna find a picture of just her. Here's one of her asleep. Look at that face. We love these two. They're such good cats. They're such good cats. But yeah, you look at those faces, it's impossible to stay mad at them for too long. It's impossible. Even briefly. You get angry at them, they do something they should not do. You get angry at that moment, but then it just goes away. It just goes away almost instantly. Wait, what is the birthday I'm using here? 65, okay, perfect. Let me first unplug my phone here because this USB cable on my desk here is kind of getting in the way. Eject. The program is still using. No, there is nothing using the phone. You know what? I'm going to eject the phone from the phone itself. Let's see, Android system, no data transfer. There we go. Let me just put away the USB cable, the phone's USB cable, and I'm gonna go back to the picture. Here we go, put that over there. So yeah, that face indeed. So hard to be mad at them for long. Actually, because this tree is so much larger, I think I'm going to need a larger brush than the number 65 for what I am doing here. So let me use 100. Just gotta be careful with with the right amount of pen pressure. Let me drink some coffee. I'm gonna have to use the leaf brush in this section here. So let's go back to that later. This could be a little better, but I don't think it's going to be much of a problem if I don't do this as good as I intend, because this tree in particular is going to be hidden by the dragon's wing. So yeah, detailing on this tree is not really important. Yeah, there it is. It is hidden indeed. Let's do a little bit more shading down here, because this is a larger tree. so it kind of needs it. There we go. Now that looks more natural. Now let's switch to that leaf brush. There we go. Size 20. Let's do this section. See what I was talking about, the shape of this brush in particular, how it makes it look more like there is some sort of texture here. Who's messaging me on my phone? Now is not the time to get messages. No, it's just Telegram telling me that someone I know joined. Okay. And now I can go back to the soft round brush, size 100, to do the shading down here. And you might be noticing that in terms of the shape of the shadow, this is not regular. It has a irregular shape. Like it goes up, then goes down. That's because I gotta obey the orientation, the shape of the leaves. Well, look at that, you can actually see the shape of the leaf from the leaf brush here. Oh, is that going to be very visible? Let's see, I am using 100% zoom now. And there goes the connection with the stream. Ah, freak. Internet has died. This sucks. Excuse me. Hey, are we back? I think the stream is back online. I apologize, my internet died momentarily. As I was saying before, when the internet went down, I just realized you can actually see the shape of the leaf brush on the trunk of these trees here. And that is actually a very well defined shape. That that doesn't please me very much. It is no big deal, I give you that, but it is there, and that is bothering me a bit. It is less of a big deal with less zoom, but when you zoom in at 100%, especially if you go in even more, you can clearly see the shape of the leaf from that brush. I'm not entirely sure how I am going to fix this, but I think maybe the blur tool is going to do the trick. I think the blur tool should do the trick. But I'm gonna do that later. Also, I think I forgot to apply some more light highlight on this section here, and this one here too, I think. I'm not sure. Well, for now, let me finish with this one here, which actually I think I just did. Yes, I think I just finished this one. Although I could add some more highlighting up there. Let's see, the leaf brush, size 20. This brush is actually more effective on a smaller size, like 15 or 10. Okay, let me save, because I don't think I have saved it in a little while. Takes a little bit of time to save. There we go. Now, I think I only have those other tree types to do. Yeah, look at them. Let me start with this one. Also gotta select it first. Select the layer. I think it is this one. Yep. That is a very nice looking tree, not gonna lie. Did the music stop? Oh no, the music didn't stop. It's just this one is very, very quiet. Let's skip. This one is very quiet too, but it's more audible and it's very, very sweet. I like it. It's very smooth. Okay, so let's begin. Oh, this one has such an irregular shape, this tree here. Ah, you redeemed the hydrate. I just ran out of coffee. Oh. Okay. I will be right back. I'll go to the kitchen. I'm gonna grab a glass of water and I will drink it. So be right back.
I'm just a girl, I'm just a boy, I'm just a handbag, I'm just a toy. Tell me why do you let me fall? Am I just a number that you like to call?
Okay, I am back and I brought water. Of course, you cannot see it, but believe me, I have water here and I'm gonna drink. There we go, that was actually actual real water. Now the only problem is because I clicked on OBS to activate that Mike Dragon will be right back text. For some reason OBS kills pen pressure so on Photoshop. So I'm gonna have to wait. Did I apply any of the effect here? I don't know. So I'm gonna have to restart Photoshop. But that is no problem. I did just save after all. But yeah, I don't know why, but OBS, when you click on OBS, it kills pen pressure on Photoshop. The only way to restore it is by restarting the program. Yeah, don't worry about that. It would happen anyway if I had to go like to the bathroom, for example, because I would click on OBS anyway. Alright, let's go back here and do that tree. Why is this layer locked? Should not be locked. Hey, there we go, that's the one. Okay, looks like I have already selected the brush that I need. Now, as I was saying, this tree has a far more irregular shape than the other pine trees. Let me see how exactly this is gonna work out. Hmm. Interesting. This one is going to be my guinea pig. This is the tree where pretty much I am going to test the shading technique that I'm gonna use for the other ones. And if it works out with this one, then I'm gonna use the same on the others, just like I have done with this one here on the beginning. 50% exposure. This is the burn tool. I mean to use the exposure tool now, not exposure. The dodge tool. The exposure is what has to be 50%. The pen skipped me for a moment, but that's okay. Now, what exactly do I want here? Do I want to use a soft round brush on this side like this, but irregularly like this? No, I don't, or not really. I think the entire shading and highlighting process for this type of tree will require exclusively the leaf brush at a size 20. So let's see here. Let's apply some of this to this edge of this tree to, to be the light that is coming from this side. And now let's apply irregularly some highlights on some random areas, kind of following the shape of the tree on this side to, be the light that is coming from this side. And now let's kind of do the same thing using the door tool. What? The door tool, sure. No, I mean the burn tool. But this one, you have to be focused on the core of the tree, here on the center, at first at least, and then the lower parts of some of these leaf sections on both sides. Because just gotta give the idea of depth. It might need some more highlighting, like this part here and here. Now this kind of tree is clearly one that actually does require some sort of detailing on the shading and lighting. Yeah, it doesn't look bad actually. I still don't have any idea how exactly I'm going to do their shadows. That is, the shadow that the trees should be casting on the ground. But I'm sure I'm going to figure out. Let me save. And let's do the other ones. Oh, there's another one right here. Okie dokie. Alright, let's begin in the same manner with an exposure of 50% on the dodge tool. Let's do this side with lots of highlighting. Let's go ahead and do some back here too. Although this is something that I haven't done on the other tree back there. Hey Senti! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Happy Sunday. I am doing quite alright. How about you? I hope you're doing just as alright as I am. What a cool tree. Hey, thank you. I like how these trees are turning out. Once I finish them all and draw their shadows on the ground, it should look even better. Okay, now I can go ahead and change the exposure on the burn tool to 50%. Let's go back to the dodge tool and have that be at a 50% exposure as well. Soft, large, round brush. Let's make this tree a little brighter. Okie dokie. And now let's do the highlights with the leaf brush at a size 20. Stress with the TFM convoy. Why are you stressed with the TFM convoy? Ah, it was very long. I almost participated in that convoy as staff though. But the problem is they scheduled the thing to be on the exact same time as my Sunday stream. So I gave priority to the Sunday stream. That is good to hear that it was good. So I'm assuming it just ended then? Yeah, see, if I had participated, I would only be able to start this stream now, and it would be way too late to do that. So yeah, I should be on the next Truckers MP event though. I don't know when that is going to be, however. But I would imagine that maybe sometime later this month, or earlier next month, and I would guess it might be some official convoy, because we haven't had any of those since, I think, since November. No, we had the Christmas convoy. I think that counts. But yeah, I would guess it might be something like that. But regardless, hopefully I should be on that one. Whatever that happens. Let's do these shade highlights. Let's shade the center of this tree here, just a little bit. Now let's go back and apply some more light highlights. There we go. Let's add some highlighting over here too on these leaves. There, over here. Hey, there we go. Let's do the next one. Ah, there's two more over there. Good. Are these in the same layer as this one? Yes, they are. Good. Oh, this one is kind of hidden behind this tree, so I'm gonna have to hide that tree. Ah, it is this layer. Awesome. I didn't know it was this layer. Good thing I got it right first try. Righty. Let's do this. Let's begin with the highlighting at 100%. Let's do this side here. Yep. Okay. Now let's switch to the burn tool. A round, large, soft brush with an exposure of 100%, as usual. There we go. Now back to the dodge tool, 50% exposure, and again also a soft round large brush to make it this lighter, only by half of what I have darkened it. There we go. Now I switch. Shut up, phone. I don't care about the best of MSN emails. Switch to the leaf brush, because now it is time to do the highlights on the leaves. There we go. Let's add some down here. A little bit on this side too. Not too much. And again with some irregular strokes, because the shape of this tree itself is irregular. Now I gotta do the shading highlights, so I'm going to use the exact same brush. Let's begin with the core of the tree over here. Sad beep boop noises. You know, I miss MSN Messenger a lot. It was such a good chat program, and honestly I believe that apart from video calls, it did everything so much better than Skype ever did, especially nowadays. And I think that there are things that MSN did better than even Discord does currently, and I just miss that program. So when I got my first smartphone, MSN was already on its way out. Actually no, it had already died when I got my first smartphone. More or less, I don't really remember, but anyway, point is, I took the sounds from MSN and I have them on my phone. So I have this noise you heard now, for example, is the MSN Messenger's new email sound. That's what MSN would play on the corner of the screen over here when a new email would arrive. It would be this doo-doo noise. I also use the new message sound for when someone messages me on WhatsApp or Telegram, for example. I use the new email for the emails. Like I just said, there's a few other sounds that I use too, like new SMS message. I use, I don't remember what sound from MSN I use for that one, but I also use one, and I really like it. And honestly, those sounds are way better than anything any phone has built in. Here we go, this tree should be done. Nice. Let's save. Let's do this other one back here. Let's bring back that tree I have hidden. Now this one is hidden behind two trees. I gotta find their layers. Let's see, this? Nope. This is one, and this is another. Good. Okay, and this here is the layer that I want. And let's begin with this thing here. As always, some irregular strokes. because this tree has a rather irregular shape. Now let's darken everything at 100% exposure. I am going to select just this area, however, just in case I accidentally move the brush all the way over here, because as you can see here on the corner of the screen, there's another tree of this same type, and this tree is on the exact same layer as this one. So because I am going to do such wide strokes like this, you know, the brush goes very close to that tree there, as you can see. There's a chance that if I did not select this area, some of this shading could go into that tree over there, and that would affect the whole effect when I do the shading there, and I don't want that. So having this selection here helps to isolate everything within just this area. That way leaks, quote unquote, as I usually like to call them, do not happen. Okie dokie, so that there is done. Let's switch to the leaf tool, leaf brush, sorry. And let's improve these highlights here to make it look more like this tree is being lit by the sun on this side. Let's add some highlights over here too. Just like this. Nice. And now let's do the shading, the shade highlights. Leaf brush. Let's darken the core of the tree like I have done with the other ones. And let's darken some of these parts underneath the leaves, or what would be the underside of them leaves, just like this. Nice. Now to balance out some of this shading, let me do some more highlighting in some of these areas here. Not much. Some more here too. And voila! This tree is done. Let's bring back those two that I hid. Now let's do the last one. Hey Diesel! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Happy Sunday. How are you doing? You came in just in time to see me shade the last tree. I gotta hide this one. I don't remember which layer it is. It's not this, it's not that. There it is. It's layer 6. I will have to name these layers. Either name them all or merge some of them together to reduce the amount of layers here and then name them, because this is way too many layers. But okay, let's go. Let's begin this tree. Let's go here. Some irregular shapes, not shapes, irregular strokes, because such a irregularly shaped tree does call for some irregular strokes of the brush. Where's the dragon? The dragon is right here. He is hidden. Ta-da! There he is. And there's his friends. I'm keeping the characters hidden for now because I need to work. I'm working on the background, so I need to have everything on the background visible. The shading process is a laborious one, especially when you are shading trees. Trees require a lot of attention, go. Let's go back to the dodge tool, exposure 50%, large round soft brush. And let's brighten it up. Just like that. Okay, now this tree is ready to receive lighting highlights and then shading highlights. Brush 20 on the leaf brush. Now let's do this side here that is supposedly receiving the most light from the sun. Let's add some highlighting here on top where the snow is, because supposedly this area is also more exposed. So yeah, now let's do the shading highlight. Let's switch to the leaf brush, size 20, exposure 50%. Hey, is that you there? Add me to the friends list on Steam, Diesel? Confirm me and then I can accept you. Because I do not add people I do not know. Yes, okay then. Let's find you. There it is, Diesel. Accepted. Now where was I? Right. Shading the core of the tree, the trunk. Right here, the middle section. Now, let's add some of this to what is supposed to be the underside of these tree branches. Hey, you are welcome. You are most welcome. Here we go. Okay, now that this is done, let's balance it out with a little more lighting on top of the snow on these branches and also some of the leaves themselves. There we go. That should do it. A little bit here too. Yeah, boy. Let's save. Let's zoom out, bring back the trees I have hidden. That's it. That's all the trees. No, that's not all the trees. There's still... Oh, wait, what? There's more trees. Where did they come from? Wait, there's tree here, tree there. I didn't see these trees before. There's another one here too. Wait, which layer are they? Here, pine trees too. Okay, is that all of them though? Let me zoom out. Is this all the remaining ones? Yeah, it seems to be. Let me hide all the other trees so I don't mistake these for any others. Yeah, wait, oh, okay, that's the group. I accidentally hit the whole group. Alright. So these 4 trees should be the last ones. I thought I was on the last one, but I was mistaken. That's okay. Let me save. Let's begin. Let's do this real quick. Alrighty. Let's do the burning. Let's burn those trees. But not with fire though. Let's not use fire to burn the trees. Let's just burn their color a little bit. The hue of their color. There we go. let's expose the hue a little bit at a 50%. You work very neatly and beautifully. Drawing this program is easy. I tried myself. Thank you so much, Diesel. Dude, I gotta tell you, this is such a relaxing thing to do. I love doing this so much. And like I said, it is very relaxing. If I could, I absolutely would do this for a living. Just this. If I could, I would just draw for a living. Because this is such a nice thing to do. It doesn't, I mean, it does take a lot of time. It can be very laborious. But like, for example, if I could sell just a few commissions every month because of the exchange rates between dollar and my local currency, which is the Brazilian real, I could literally live off with of just a few commissions a month. Because like, here, let me show you an example. Let me open my commission sheet to see to show you what I am talking about. Here the prices list and the stuff that I draw. So for example, this picture that I am working on right now, it would fit, if it were a commission, it would fit in the full scene category. Okay, and the price I charge for this is from $80 to $170. Although it could be a little higher if the person ordering might want to add like more characters or such, but that would have to be discussed. Okay, so this $80 to $170, this isn't much money, but because my currency is weak, it always has been weak. If I could sell just a single one of these here at 170, I could make in a month about a minimum wage. Like seriously, here, dollar to real. So like $170, it would be about 920 Brazilian reais, and that is close to one minimum wage in my country. So if I could sell just a few of these here, regardless of the price, if I could sell a few of these every month, I could make a living out of this literally, and without having to work every single day from 8 to 6 p.m. from Monday to Friday, and sometimes even Saturdays. And this is something that I really love to do. It's very relaxing. And what's the next thing I'm going to do here? Oh yeah, it is very relaxing. It is easy to do. I think I have already used this thing here. Okay, it is very simple and very easy to do, very relaxing, and it does take a lot of time, but it is not so much time that I would have to be working all day long. Well, I could if I wanted to, but it is not something that I would have to be working on all day long, every single day of every week to make that much money, you know, like I would on a real job. And I can do this from home. All I need is my computer, my drawing tablet, and that's about it. Do it very well. So you spend a lot of time painting. Prices are affordable. Hey, thank you, Diesel. I am glad that you think that. But yeah, the only problem is because I have been so inactive for so many years, art-wise. Actually, I was talking about this early on the stream. The public that I used to have, well, they pretty much disappeared. So even though I have reopened for commissions back in the last September, so far nobody has ordered anything. Which is sad, but what can I do? But yeah, if people would buy these commissions, if I could sell a few every month, I would make, I'm not gonna say good money, but I could make at least close to a living out of it. I wouldn't have to have a job anymore. And honestly, I would very much prefer doing this rather than my job. Which is not to say I don't like my job. I do. I am a computer technician. I fix computers for a living. I like doing that. It is fun. Apart from the stressful, apart from the stress that is dealing with people, I'm not very much a person's person, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it is a fun thing to do. But honestly, I would rather do this for a living than my actual job. Currently, I have this as my hobby and fixing computers as my job. I would like to have this the other way around, have my job as my hobby and my hobby as my job. Okay, there we go. Oh! If you press Ctrl 0, you can see the whole thing on the screen right at once. I actually didn't know that, and I discovered I had just learned this by pure accident. I meant to press Control minus on the keyboard and accidentally pressed Control 0. Okay, that was a good accident. Alrighty. Okay, so that tree is done. Only got three more trees to go here. Actually, hold on a second. Since I have the... Ah, no, I already closed. I'm gonna open again. Hold on. Since I have this open, let me push another notification that this is a thing. Notify your watchers. Yes. Update. There you go. Oh, this dragon looks cool. Ah, it's already my favorites. Okay. So yeah, I could make a living out of it, at least close to it. And it also would help a lot, not just with money to, you know, afford to pay bills and such, but also to be able to afford an upgrade of this computer. Because believe me, this computer is close to be in very dire need of an upgrade. It is almost 11 years old now. It is still a good computer. It's just that for modern usage, modern applications, it simply does not have the horsepower, so to speak. Not an error, just a happy little accident. Exactly. Man, there is a channel on Twitch that streams several episodes of Bob Ross's show. I've been meaning to watch one of those for quite some time now. I need to watch some of those because that guy, he had so much talent. His voice was so soothing, and I'm sure that if I watch his show, I would be able to learn a lot from him, even though he paints on actual canvas. You know, technically, I think the term would be the traditional media. That's what you usually call when you draw something freehand on paper or on a canvas, on a tripod stand, like he does with paint and such. Even though he paints on traditional media, I'm pretty sure that I would be able to learn something out of that I could carry over to digital media, which is the way that I do my stuff here. And besides, he paints so many beautiful things, and he makes it look so easy. I love that. Very relaxing indeed. Actually, the reason why my Sunday stream is called a Chill Art Sunday. Am I on the wrong layer here? Hold on, what's happening here? Oh wait, I'm using size 10. I meant to use size 20. Actually, the reason why my Sunday stream is called Chill Art Sunday, and why I give priority to, you know, to just having a nice conversation, relaxing, nice music in the background, is because of Bob Ross. This is kind of inspired on what he did on his show. and by no means I am trying to copy him, no. Not at all, but I cannot lie, this is inspired on Bob Ross. I will watch with coffee while you play. Hey, thank you so much, Diesel. Have coffee while watching some stuff is a great idea. Actually, I was drinking coffee just until a few minutes ago, but then internet dropped and I finished my coffee, so I grabbed some water instead. Okay, so let's do the shading here on the corner of this tree. And like I have said plenty of times, I am not trying to achieve realistic appearance here. I'm not trying to do realism, not at all. The characters, they are cartoony, and this is supposed to be a sort of a fantasy landscape. So, keeping in touch with the cartoon style, this doesn't have to be realistic. It just needs to be. It just needs to look natural. Never had coffee before. Ah, you don't know what you are missing on, Vortex. Coffee's so good. Oops, I applied too much highlight over here. There we go. Let's do some more over there and here. Nice. So this tree is done. Let me save. Now, personally, I like my coffee to be very strong. Although, having said that, I don't actually like drinking just pure coffee, you know, just go to the coffee bottle, pour coffee on your mug, sometimes maybe add some sugar. That it depends on the person. Some people like without sugar, some people like with some sugar or a lot of sugar. But yeah, I actually don't really like drinking coffee, just pure coffee like that. I like mixing it with milk. I know this might sound weird to some people, but I like mixing it with some milk. So I have the good of both worlds. I love milk. I usually like to say that I am a milkaholic. I like drinking milk a lot, so I mix them both. So I get my dose of caffeine and my dose of calcium. Which is not to say that I don't drink pure coffee every now and then. I do. The reason why I don't like drinking just pure coffee as too much is because the weather I live in is usually warm and sometimes very hot. So drinking coffee, pure coffee is only good if you are drinking it hot. So in a hot weather, hot coffee, well, that I don't really like hot weather, so that makes me feel even hotter, and that makes me feel more uncomfortable, and not to mention that it makes my mouth feel very dry, so it is a bit unpleasant. So that's why I usually don't like drinking pure coffee. But sometimes I do drink some. It is not bad, but by no means. It's not that I don't like pure coffee. It's just I don't like drinking it often. So usually I mix it with cold milk, very cold milk. And to me, at least, to my taste, that is great. It tastes great. But yeah, the coffee, even mixed with milk, it has to be strong coffee, because if you mix weak coffee with milk, it's gonna taste horrible. And actually that gives me that my stomach doesn't really like that. If I drink milk with weak coffee, well, let's just say that I have to pay the bathroom a couple visits more frequently than the normal. I don't know why, it doesn't sit well with me, so it has to be strong coffee. I'm almost always interject now. Imagine mixing me with some strong coffee. This thing about caffeine giving you energy, making you hyperactive and such. And same thing goes to sugar. I know it is a thing. I understand it to some level. I just never could really fathom it that much because I am very biased to say this because we Brazilians we were pretty much raised from a very early age consuming caffeine and sugar. You gotta remember, Brazil is a country that produces most of the sugar in the world as well as coffee, so that's a very rather, let's say, well, I suppose I could say it's a very cheap commodity here. So everyone here drinks a lot of coffee, everyone here consumes a lot of sugar. So even an early age, most of us, well, I think what I'm trying to say is that we are used to consuming sugar and caffeine from a very early age, so we are pretty much vaccinated against the hyperactive effects, so to speak, of those two substances. So like I can drink a lot of coffee, I can ingest a lot of sugar, and that just simply will not make much if at all, if any at all, effect on my behavior or anything. Actually, there have been times when I willingly drank a lot of pure coffee to keep myself awake, and I felt no difference at all. Ah, but yeah, I have seen in movies, TV, and heard people from other countries who do not consume as much of these like we do here, and even just a little bit, and they just go crazy. It is incredible. Okay, I think this tree is done. Let's do... Oh, this is going to be the last one. Awesome! Let me drink some more water. Gotta gotta stay hydrated after all. Now, this tree here is pretty much mostly, if not completely hidden away by the dragon's wing, so it doesn't need much detailing, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So almost none effect, huh? Yeah, pretty much. Oh wait, I don't want to use the leaf tool for what I am about to do now. I want a large round brush. Yeah, this one. Now, having said that, though, almost no effect, I do need to say, when I wake up, I do feel the need to drink coffee. I do need to ingest my daily dose of caffeine. Otherwise, I feel like crap all day, or for the most part of the day. So yeah, maybe there is some level of effect, just not the let's say absurd amount of effects like, oh, if I drink now, if I drink coffee, I'm not gonna be able to sleep at all, I'm gonna be up all night, such. That doesn't happen with me. Actually, every night before I go to bed, I drink more coffee with milk. So, and I sleep like a rock. Like seriously, I am an extremely heavy sleeper. Even if I go to bed early, like I don't know, if I manage to fall asleep like 9 p.m. on the evening, I can easily sleep for at least 12 hours and get me get me awake. Someone tries to wake me up. It's usually difficult because I sleep very heavily. People can make noise and I'll hardly even flinch. I sleep too much. Even though I drink a lot of coffee and I ingest a lot of sugar. Because there's another thing. When I make myself a mug of coffee with milk, I don't just add the coffee and the milk. I also add sugar because he needs. I'm one of those people who, when drinking coffee, needs some amount of sugar in there. I can drink just pure coffee, and that's fine. It's not bad. I will make a frown face, like kind of like when you bite a lemon, for example. Especially if the coffee is too strong. But some sugar must be added to make it taste just right. So yeah, I mix sugar with my coffee and milk, and I still manage to fall asleep very quickly and sleep literally like a rock, pretty much like a rock. So yeah, in terms of becoming hyper because of sugar or coffee caffeine, that is pretty much a non-existent effect. I sleep right after the coffee, drink coffee every night before I go to bed, my hobby. Yeah, see? That is exactly what I'm talking about. Also, I see that emote there. I keep forgetting to sort out those emotes. Those emotes are just placeholders. I need to replace them for better stuff. I never remember to do that. I mean, I remember. It's just that I only remember it when I cannot do it. Like during a live stream, for example. I'm not going to stop this to work on those emotes. Besides, I gotta think what exactly I want to put there anyway. So yeah, I'm sorry. It's just a boring glowy flame there for now. Hopefully soon I'm gonna have some proper emotes there. Okay, and I think this tree is done. Let's bring forth the other trees. Let's make them visible, and let's see what this forest looks like so far. Let's zoom in a little bit. Dude, look at this pine tree forest. This is looking nice. I still gotta make their shadows on the ground. I don't really know how I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna. And this is looking good so far. So I remember, but I also forget at the same time. Yeah, I suppose you could say that. My dad just sneezed in the background. Bless you. Yeah, I only remember it on the times that I am not able to do it. That's the thing. You know, there might be a way I can easily make these shadows, and it is kind of a cheaty way to do it. I am going to try it now, mostly as a test, because I don't really think it is going to work the way I intend, but let's see. Let's hide all of these layers, but wait a second, there are too many layers here that I have saved as a sort of backup. If I hide the layers that need to be visible, I am very likely going to get these layers mixed up. Okay, hold on. Here's what I'm gonna do instead. Snow texture 50%. Is this one supposed to be here? I don't remember. Is this here supposed to be visible? What is See what I'm talking about? Now I don't know which one of these two layers is supposed to be visible. If this one or this one below it. Dang it. I'm gonna have to open a previous file to see which one of these is visible there. coffee's finished now, and I'll go to bed because there's work tomorrow. Thanks for the chat, Mike. Hey, have a good night, Diesel, and a good day of work. No, I don't stream on Mondays. I have plans to, in the future, do streams on Mondays, but for now I am not doing them, unfortunately. The layer that I want is the one above, okay. But no, currently I am only streaming on Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern and on Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern. Every Friday I play a different game at 6 p.m. and on Sundays I do art. You know, this stream that I'm doing right now, where I draw something, I have a chat with nice music. You know, this relaxing experience here that you are seeing. I have plans to add another stream slot on Wednesdays, but I haven't yet figured out what I'm going to stream on those days or at what time I'm gonna do that. So yeah, for the moment, only on Fridays and Sundays. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hide all of these layers. I have just saved a backup of this. Let's hide everything. Okay, it's nice to have a plan. Good night. Alright, Izo, have a good night. Thank you so much for joining. I really hope you have enjoyed. Sleep well and have a great week. And have a great day of work too, of course. Gotta have a good day of work. Let's hide these paw prints. Okay, now I only have the trees visible, right? So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to save these trees as a PNG file. Trees alpha 7 because the PSD file that I am working on here right now is named alpha 7. It's going to take a little bit of time to save, as at 97%. Okay, it's saved. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this PNG that I have saved. There we go. Let me add a little thing on the corner, on this corner here. Let me use a larger brush for that. A little thingy there and a little thingy here. Because what I am about to do now is I'm going to copy this whole PNG and I'm going to paste it over on this file here, where, let me close this and open again because I don't want to manually make those layers visible again. There's too many of those layers. Okay, because what I am going to do is I am going to paste that PNG file behind the trees over here and on top of the snowy ground. And because I'm going to copy from here and paste over there, if I don't have these things on these corners here, the trees are going to go off their position, and I need them to be in the exact position that they are right now. So these things I may have made on the corners are what I call guidelines. Well, they're not lines, but they serve as such. They ensure that the whole thing is in the exact position that I need them to be. So now I can remove those lines from there. And here it pastes a new layer. See them there? Oh, I could duplicate them. That would increase the denseness of the forest. That actually would look really nice. Oh, there is something to be thought of for the future. Yeah. Like for example, if I go here on the trees group and hide it, now we can only see the PNG I have just pasted here. Actually, I'm gonna move this layer up a little more. There we go. Yeah. A little further up. There we go. Yeah, this is fine. So right now it looks like the trees group that I was shading right now, except it isn't. This is a whole thing, a whole layer. But what I'm going to do here is I am going to use Ctrl U. I'm going to decrease the lightness all the way down. Now everything's black. Right now I'm going to bring back the trees, the actual trees. While still on this layer, I will have it selected like this. Let's move this thing down. Let's use the skew. Is the skew to you? Is the skew that I want? Not really. Let's use scale. Let's flatten this a bit. Now I am going to use the skew and move it to the side so the trees are kind of laid down like so. I think you can already tell what I am going for here. Let me scale a little more. Right? Now maybe some perspective. No, not perspective. Yeah, let's not use perspective, at least not yet. Let's skew a bit more. Now I can use some perspective. Let's stretch the bottom part here. Kind of like this. Now the hard part is going to be making the bottom of the trunks on those shady trees back there match the trunks of the real trees. Let's use some warping. Yeah, this is the difficult part. Another thing that I could have done instead is use the warp first and actually just use the warp. Did some skewing, some scaling, no perspective though, and then use the warp to make to make it look like it has perspective. Seen some people do that before. Yeah, this is a good trick actually. So yeah, let me try that instead. Flatten this. Now skew to the side. And that. Let's see if these are going to match. They are, for the most part, or for just half of a part. Like some match, some do not match. Like these two here, they match, but the other ones, like this one and that tree there, this one here and this tree and that, these do not match. So yeah, now let me skew just a little bit more. A little bit more scaling. Bring it to the side a little bit more. Okay. Now let me see if I can make this work using the warp tool. So let's try to bring this up there to match that one. Now this one came out of position. I can use the smudge tool to try and move these around, but I think the smudge tool is actually going to make things worse Oops. Let's bring this one over here. This one over there. No, I suppose I don't really need to have a perfect match. I think I can have it just be as close as possible, because then I can use the eraser and some brush to work on what is left. But at least I need to get this as close as possible. Okay, let me apply this. Let me see what this is looking like so far. Yeah, it doesn't look very great. Let me see if I can apply some more warping now that I have already set some things in place. No, it doesn't look like this is going to work out very well. Not in the way I'm doing anyway. Okay, let's apply this. Let me grab the smudge tool. Kind of a large brush. Strength of 100%. Yeah, I don't believe the smudge tool is going to do me many favors on this. Yeah, no, the smudge tool is not a good tool for this. Let me cancel this and undo. There we go. Okay. So since I have done this, I am going to create a new layer on top so I don't accidentally mess it up and then I cannot go back. And on this new layer, I am going to actually just draw. Use the pen tool here so I can get a better shape and fill path. Yes. And now let's erase this one over here, because this one, whoops, wrong layer. This one that I am erasing now belongs to the tree, to this tree over here. I overdone over there. Let me start again. There we go. Erase this one here. Huh. Why is it like that? That is not the shape that I have set with the pen. What happened here? Let me select this again. There we go. On that layer, fill path. There we go. That is better. Let's do the same thing with these other trees over here. This one doesn't need that much, but I'm going to do it anyway. There we go. Fill path. Let's do this one here. This one I'm just going to use a brush, just like this. Yeah, that works. Now this one is going to need it, so let's make it happen. There we go. I don't really mind much about the perspective I have made there. At least not yet. Oh, I love the song. So yeah, the idea here is to have the shadows match the trunks, and then I'm going to erase all of the shadow that is going beyond the ground over there. And then of course I'm going to work on these shadows that are here on the ground to make them look more natural. So this one can go like that. I just pretty much need a sort of base for the shadows. You know, something that can give me at least a head start on how to make this work. Okay, that one can stay like that. This one, however, needs to go away. Wrong layer. Yeah, I really like this song, Vortex. The lyrics are awesome too. Very relaxing too. Now there's some bits of shadow that, like here over, for example, that I'm almost certain that should not be there, but that I'm going to do them with them later, because to set them in the correct position that they need to be, I am gonna have to have the characters visible on the screen, and that's gonna come later. Okay, so this is the base that I need for these shadows. Let me merge them down. Now I am going to select the ground, just the ground, if I can find it. Clouds and mountains, atmosphere, snowy ground base. Okay, Control A, V, not Control V, just V. Move up, move down, and now I have just the ground selected. Now if I invert the selection and go on the shadow layer, you know, the layer where I have this shadow for the trees, and use a hard, round, and large eraser, I can erase those pieces of the shadows that are going beyond the ground. Just like this. There we go. There we go. Now let's give these shadows some opacity. Let's begin with 50% and let's see what they look like. There we go. Most of the shadow for the shadow the trees are casting on the ground is complete. Most of it. I just need to do some detailing here. Let me see what this looks like with the characters so far. There we go. Look at that. That is great. I need to use the bathroom, so this is also a good opportunity for me to take a quick break from this, and it's saving. So if you guys excuse me, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and I'll be back in about a minute. Be right back.
to start feeling me. I finally felt like I was breathing free. And under swaying trees we fell asleep and we had the same dream. The stars were bright and we dreamed the same every night. On my island home I spent some time with you. I went back to feel alone there. I went back there by myself. I gave up on everything that we felt. We found a precious place in the sand, right out in the wind, laid under a blanket, heard a furious sound. War of waves pounding soft, two bodies on the earth. It was intense, just getting to be there next to you. And you were trying to get me there, and I was happy to let you in. I went back and wished I hadn't. I went back and
Alrighty, I am back. Hey, thank you, Vortex. Okay, now quick restart of Photoshop here. No, we don't have to save that one. Quick restart of Photoshop because I clicked on OBS, so it killed the paint pressure. And let's see if I can make those shadows on the trees look even better. And of course, more natural. Alrighty, my dear characters, you're gonna have to go invisible again. There we go. Okay, so this is actually pretty good as it is, but because of the positioning of some of these trees, some other trees will need to have some shadow being cast. Hey, welcome back, Vortex. So some of these trees are going to need to have some shadow of other trees being cast on them. How exactly am I going to do that? Like this one here, for example. As you can see here, it has a shadow from this tree going over there, as well as this tree, this big tree over here. So this little smaller tree here needs to have some shadow cast on it, and that one needs to have some shadow cast on that one. Gotta think, how exactly am I going to go about this? Also, this piece over here, I think this shadow must go away. Not particularly necessarily. Actually, you know what? I think I was talking about those trees back there having shadow from other trees being cast on them. That might not necessarily be the case, because this big green guy over here, he's hiding most of them. And these other ones over here, they don't really have that much of a need to have shadows being cast on them by other trees. And same thing goes for these ones over here. On the most, maybe a little bit on this one, like down here, maybe. And maybe some on top of this one because of this bigger tree back here. And that's it. Yeah. I think that is what I gotta do. Okay, let's bring all the characters forth again. Let me save. Because if I really don't have to do that, then it's going to be a lot easier. how can I do this in a more easy manner? Like for this one, well, first I should name this layer here trees shadow. I'm gonna name it 50, include 50% on this, just so I know in the event that I remove the opacity and change it back to 100%, just so I know that this is supposed to have an opacity of 50%, you know, in case I forget about it later. Okay, so that layer is named. I think one way I can do this is maybe in a similar manner that I have made the whole shading of these trees here. Like, I know this tree here, this exact tree is alone in some layer, or at least separated from the other trees. So let me see if I can find that one. Because my idea, there it is. It is not alone in the layer, but it is separated enough that I can just select it by itself. Right. Unselect that. Now, which one is that tree there? I gotta find the layer that contains that tree. Here it is, layer 5. Now, I'm gonna paste it above it. Let's make this completely black, like that. Okay. Now I just need to make this a little smaller. After all, that tree back there where this shadow is supposed to be cast on is farther away. So yeah, the shadow has to be a little smaller, because you know, perspective. Come on, a little smaller, please. Thank you. And zoom in a little bit. Let's see. Let's skew the bottom. Let's perspective. Is perspective what I want now? Maybe. Let's funnel it up a little bit on top. And let's warp. Let's warp it a little bit. I don't know if this is going to look good. This is mostly just a test. I really don't know if this is going to look good, because if it does, then great. That's what I'm gonna roll with. If it doesn't, then I'm going to try something different. My idea right now is just to make it look like there is a shadow being cast on this tree back here. Now yes, I know this blackness is going to be appearing in places where it is not supposed to, but that is a fix that I'm gonna do later. Okay, so there's that. Now I need this tree here, and I am going to need, actually I can just duplicate this layer, don't have to copy and paste it over. Duplicate layer, because wait, why am I duplicating the layer? I don't have to do that either. This tree is alone on this layer. All I need to do in order to select just that tree is select everything, then move it to one side and then back. And there we go. Now that tree is, is selected. Now let's see, that is its layer. This is the shadow layer that I want, okay. Now let's erase, gotta invert the selection first. Let's erase the outside here. There we go. Okay, this shadow needs to be a little more to this side here. So let's undo all of this. Let's deselect. Let's skew some more. Maybe some distortion. Yeah, some distortion should work fine. Right here. A little more skewing. That was too much skewing. There we go. Apply. Now let's select that tree again. Wait. Move up, move down. Okay. Invert the selection. Let's go back to the shadow layer. Erase. And now let's give this some opacity. Aha! There it is. Now it doesn't look as good as I would like it to, but I suppose it works. Now I think the problem here is not necessarily that I did not get the angle and positioning very right, but rather that the shadow is way too defined. So what I think is going to help here is if I use the blur tool and let me increase the size of this brush a bit to, let's do 60. And now I go here and I blur the edges of the shadow. I should use more strength. Oh wait, no. It was just taking a while to apply the effect. Okay, let me try this again. Let me see if this is going to look good. Because with this, the shadow should look more subtle. Let me wait until the computer finishes. Yeah, there we go. That actually looks much better now. See? Let me name this layer. Well, first let me drink water. Tree Shadow 1, 50%. Let's go over here. Do I need to make... Not necessarily. I could say that this tree is much farther away from this one over here. Enough that it's not casting enough shadow on here that is going to show. And that this is just a very, very big tree that is farther away. So let's not bother with that one. I do see here that I need to add another bit of shadow here for that trunk. Let me do that real quick, because apparently I have missed it. This brush is too big. Let's use a smaller brush, number 13. There we go. That's better. Let's see the other one here. This tree here. Actually, you know what? I don't actually have to apply a shadow being cast on top of this one here. A shadow being cast by this tree here on this one. I don't actually need to do that, because I could say, or I could also say that this tree is farther away or out of the same alignment. That is the shadow of this tree here enough that it won't be showing up here, and because the dragon is covering it all, there's no way of knowing where exactly that tree is positioned in relation to this one. So yeah, this makes things a lot easier. And that one worked out just nicely enough. So yeah, I think that is about it for those trees. One thing I can do, and let me experiment with this, to make this little forest look more full of trees, is duplicate this group and flip horizontal, and then have them kind of like this, and a smaller size maybe, because supposedly they are farther away, right? Okay, put that there. Now let's move this, oops, this group that I have just duplicated to be below the original one. And that works. The problem is that because I have already shaded them, I cannot have them just flipped around. It gotta be like this. So let's move them to this side here. Actually, let's put them all the way back there. Let's see, how much of a difference does this make? It looks nice. It definitely looks nice. Let me see if I can add more trees over there. Let's duplicate this layer, not this layer, this group one more time. Let's move it all the way to this side. It doesn't have many trees here on his side. Okay, I think this is good enough. They are not really showing below the original ones, so I don't have to do any extra shading. Okay, now we have a forest that looks far more dense than it did before. Although I'm not really fond of these three over here. Let me hide the dragon. What does this look like without the characters? It looks odd. It looks odd. So I think one of these big trees here in the middle, these should go away. And which layer is like this one here? Also, is that one in the original one? Or one of the copies? Okay, this one is the original one, so that one stays. I gotta find the other ones. Okay, so trees, copy this one. Okay, this one here should be on this group. Which one is it? Gotta hide one by one until I can find it. There it is. Layer 4. Is this tree by itself on this layer? Yes, it seems to be. So I can just simply delete the entire layer as a whole. That looks better. That looks much better. Still, I want to get rid of this one. In which group and layer is that? Oops. In which group and layer is that one? Okay, so that one is a original tree. So let's get rid of this one here behind it. It is in this group. Let's find which layer is that tree located. Here it is. Layer 17. This tree is along this layer, so delete the layer. There we go. That is much better. Now one thing I might want to do is to remove this big tree over here as well. Let me do that. Let's find in which group and layer that tree is located. Okay, it doesn't belong to the original group. It belongs to the second group. Ah, here it is, layer number 9. It is alone on this layer, so I can delete the whole layer. There we go, perfect. Let me name these layers. Trees 3, trees 2. I might merge these together later, but for now let's keep them separated like this. Right. Now, let me save. I think I am going to create a new layer above these, and on this layer I am going to create a sort of atmospheric effect. I want to make it look like those trees are a little farther away than they actually are. So let me grab a very light shade of blue. I already have the gradient tool. Oof, wrong way. From bottom to top. The selection is wrong. Is it though? Because my idea here is to like make it look like there's a little bit of fog, you know, like ignoring what's going on with the snow over here. You can see, let me zoom in a little bit, like these trees on this corner here, without the effect, with the effect. It looks like they are a little farther away, that there is a little bit of fog, you know. I think this adds a little more to the natural appearance of this scene. But the problem is the stuff going on down here. I think I know how I'm going to solve that really easily. Let me find the base for the ground. Snowy ground base, here it is. Let me select just it. Now let's go back to the layer where I have put this sort of fog. Where is it? There is layer 16. I'm gonna use a very large brush for this eraser. Oops, undo. I gotta invert the selection because this part down here is what I want to erase. There we go. Now I see a piece of this thing over there. That must to go away as well. So let's undo this selection. Let's use a... Oh, what did I just do? Oh, I can actually select each group in layers directly from right-clicking with this tool. Another happy little mistake. I didn't know I could do that. Oh, that's nice. Okay, but that is not what I want right now. I want this layer here. I want the eraser with a smaller brush. Actually, no, I want... What do I want? Can I... Wait, no, it's not around. Can I make a selection? No, I cannot make a selection like this. Okay, fine. Let's go back here. Let's use the eraser. Actually, I'm going to use a soft brush for this eraser here. Bob Ross mode. And let's erase just this part here, just this section, as well as up here. No, this isn't really going to work out. Not in that way. You know what? I kind of want some of this fog to be covering this upper part of the ground base over here. I kind of want that. I think I have an idea. If I apply a glowing effect, outer glow, to that effect, to that layer, using the exact same color, and then increase the size so it goes over the ground base, and you use some spread as well. Oh, but it looks too bad over there, and it isn't really doing much on the ground base there as I have intended. Let me increase this to 20, size 20. Let me zoom in a little bit. I am going to undo and then redo the effect to see how much of a difference it makes. Well, it does make some difference. I'm just not entirely convinced that this is what I want. Let me change the opacity. Yeah, that doesn't really make much of a difference. What if I remove it and keep the opacity? Okay, I think this way, without glow and opacity at 50%, this actually works much better. Yeah, this works much better. Let's call this layer Forest Mist 50%, again for the 50% opacity. There we go. Let's see what this looks like without the dragon, since he's the largest element on this picture. This looks pretty nice, not gonna lie. I'm liking how this is looking like so far. Okay, let's save. Alright, now what to do next? I do need to make to give each one of these characters a shadow, because they need to be casting a shadow on the ground just like the trees. I also need to do some lighting and shading on the ground itself. I'm just not entirely sure on how exactly I'm gonna go about that. With that said though, I kind of feel like the next thing I should do is work on finishing the the shading on the characters. Their shading is pretty much all complete. I just need to add a couple details here and there to to enhance the shading on them and make them look even more natural. I'm just not entirely sure how exactly I'm going to... well, I know exactly how I'm going to do that. I'm just not entirely sure where to begin and how much time that is going to take. It's probably going to take some time. For the moment. Hey Assassin, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing nicely well. I'm going to save this as one of these alpha samples. It's going to be called Alpha Sample 7. And I'm going to save this as a PNG file. So because my computer is 11 years old, it is slow for modern stuff. This is going to take some time. I'm doing quite a ride, Assassin. Thank you so much. I'm just starting to feel hungry, I guess. But yeah, like I said, because this is an old computer, this is going to take some time to process. Actually, let me show you the task manager just for you to see how much of the processor is being taken now by Photoshop, plus OBS, of course. But yeah, when I am able to afford a new computer, this here is not going to be as much of a problem at all, if a problem at all, anymore. Hopefully I can do that soon. Yeah, Windows 7, of course. Windows 7, I love Windows 7. If I could, I would use Windows 7 forever, but unfortunately I will be forced to move on to Windows 10 in, like, I estimate a couple, like about a year or two more. The problem is this computer is old. Parts are extremely expensive in my country and I don't have enough money to afford to buy a modern motherboard, processor and RAM yet. So in order to use Windows 7, Windows 10, I will have to upgrade the computer, and I don't yet have money to do that. So until I can do that, I'm gonna have to stick with Windows 7 and this old hardware. And let me show you the hardware I have here. This is a Core i5-760. This is a Generation 1 Core i5. This was launched in 2010 because that's the year I built this computer. This is very old now. Thankfully it still works very well. Do you have a donation link? I do actually. It's below the stream. If you scroll down the page a little bit, there's a thing there. Oh hey Dama-chan, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. I definitely gonna drink water here. I do have water here. Vortex can vouch for me. How old did you say it was? Oh, excuse me. What, this computer? This computer is 11 years old. I built it back in early to mid 2010. The newest part of this computer right now, the most modern thing it has, is the graphics card, which is a GTX 1060 I bought a few years ago. But that's about it. The RAM, it has 16 gigabytes of RAM. When I built it back in 2010, I started with 4 gigabytes, and it took literally 9 years until I could get to the maximum this motherboard supports, which is 16 gigabytes. So yeah, 11 years old. This is an old computer by today's standards. And let's see when exactly did the Core i5-760 launched. Core i5-760. Let me zoom in a little bit so it's easier for us to see on the stream. So yeah, it's discontinued. It was built on a 45 nanometers diode, I don't know. If you think Intel is outdated now, building stuff on 14 nanometers, this one was built on 45. Where's the launch year? Here. The third quarter of 2010. It was a long time ago now. So yeah, it's still a good computer. I love it. It's just that for modern stuff, it doesn't have the power. Like this last Friday now, for example, I meant to stream Phasmophobia, and while the game itself runs okay on this computer, the computer is not capable of live streaming it at the same time. So while the game itself would run fine, mostly fine, it would have some frame drops here and there. While the game itself would run fine on my screen, the stream was extremely laggy, extremely laggy, to the point where it was unwatchable. If the game itself were running like it was showing on the stream, it would be impossible to play the game, literally impossible. So I ended up switching to a lighter game. So yeah, unfortunately, Phasmophobia is a game that I want to be able to actually live stream when I upgrade. You know what? I am going to at least start on the extra shading and highlighting that I want to do here on these characters. Let me start with the dragon. So I have just created a new layer on top of his body layer. Look at those eyes. And what I am going to do here is some light highlighting. So I'm going to make these squiggly lines on his muzzle. The idea here with these lines is, oops, I gotta get this line just right. It has to be kind of squiggly, but it has to be also kind of straight. It has to be just right. So the idea with this line that I am drawing here is that we have sunlight reflecting off his scales. Maybe some here on top of his snout. Nah, that might be too much. So let's have that one over there. Let's have one here on top of his cheek. And let's have one going across his horn over here. From up to down. Like that. Not really like that. Let me try again. It's so difficult to get this line right. I know it doesn't look like it, but it is. Dang it. Here. Come on, hand. Just hand. My brain is commanding you. Just do it. There's actually an art meme out there where it's just a hand on the frame holding a pen, and actually the first frame is the brain with an angry face saying "Do it," and second frame is the hand holding the pen, also with an angry face on it saying "Never." That is pretty much how it goes with art. Okay, let's do. Okay, so that's those highlights for his face. Just do it. Yes. Let me add some more here for this shoulder wing, for the shoulder of the wing, I should say. There we go. Here too, for the shoulder of his leg. This one doesn't need to be very visible. It can be a little bit subtle. Now, although this right wing is on a completely separate layer, I'm going to extend this effect to this wing, because it is supposed to be the exact same as the one over here. So yes. A little bit squiggly, and then go down there like that. Let's do some of this over here on the very top. I cannot go over the darker line art over there. Not the darker line art. I cannot go over the line art itself. Okay, that should work. Okay, I'm not going to do it down here because that part is upper high, so should be receiving more light. Now let's do some over here too. There we go, that works. Let's do some, let me hide the Yoshi and Silver Trout as well, the unicorn. Let's do it here on this leg. Let me try from the bottom to the top. It needs to be a little more squiggly. Not too squiggly. It has to be just the right amount of squiggliness. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, fine. Go just a straight line then. Come on, just do it, hand. Do it! You can do it! Come on! The hand's like, I'm trying! I'm trying! Alright, let's do the other leg. Just this part over here. Because here's the thing. It's not just the area where I gotta do it. I also gotta respect the shape of that area, you know? Because only the part that is most exposed to the light on this given view angle is the one that has to have this effect. I'm gonna add a little bit to his paws. Just a little bit. If anything, I can remove this later if I actually don't like what it looks like. But down here, it's going to be more subtle. There is far less light down here after all. Well, sort of. Okay, that should work. Let's move on to this leg over here. Why didn't it do it? I know why it isn't doing it. Because this leg is behind this layer. There we go, now it's going to work. I mean, this leg is above that layer. Let me zoom out a little bit more. Do I want some squiggliness here? I guess. Yeah, I think that works. But let me use a soft brush. Let me remove a little bit down here because I want some gradient down here. There we go. That is much better. Right. Back to the brush tool. Some here on this paw. All right. No, not all right. There we go. Now that's all right. Okay, that there is fine because the sunlight is coming from this direction, so not over here, only over here. Righty. Do I want to do this on his tail? Let's see what this might look like. Oh yeah, I actually do want to add this to his tail. This is going to look good. If I can do it right. Again, gotta respect the shape of the element that I am applying the effect to. Hey, that looks nice. I like it. Alright, this part of his tail is also going to receive this effect, but on his mane here, this part of his mane that is going over his tail is going to receive a different shade of green. Same thing is going to go to his mane on top of his head over there, and the back of his head maybe. Let me do this wing now. You know what, I think that first line was just fine the way it was. Never mind, this one is much better. Okay, let's keep that one. Now over here, let's do that. Now because this side of his wing is not facing the light as much as this side, for example, I'm not going to apply this effect over there. Do I want to apply some here? I do actually. And you know what? Let me remove this one over here. This one is unnecessary. Now that I think of it. Yay! Much better. Right, now let's zoom back in on his face. For a dragon, this guy actually has a really cute face. At least I think so. Okay, let's give this an outer glow. Let's pick this color. Let's make it lighter. Let's increase its size, the size of the glow to 5. Yes, 5 should work. And let's give this layer 50% opacity. And now there it is. You see the shine lines? I'm gonna call them shine lines, but they are subtle enough that they kind of just blend in with the rest of the shading, and they enhance the lighting because they are on the areas that are receiving the most light, so it looks more like there is light reflecting off his scales. I know I haven't actually drawn any scale texture, but believe me, he has scales. Scales are just a nightmare to draw. I still haven't learned how to draw them. That said though, I am going to apply another type of effect to give the idea that he actually has scales, to visually give the idea that he has scales. And that is going to come in the form of that famous leaf brush that I was using so much earlier. His face be like, yes, it is exactly. I love this face. I wish I had a plushie of this character. Let me name this layer. What am I gonna name this? Light effects 150%. Okay, so this is one shade. Actually, you know what I should do? Let me go over here on the color set, and I'm going to save this shade that I have used for these highlights, just in case I might want to add some more on some other areas or reduce some, so I can easily come back here and pick the exact same shade, so the effect is going to work out nicely enough. Now let me create a new layer above this one. Doesn't necessarily have to be above it, but whatever. Let me do this same effect for his mane. Let me make this a lot lighter. But as you can see, this is not the same shade that I have used on these here, like on his face, for example. Not too much zoom. And I need brush number 1. Oh, this is actually too bright. Too light of a hue, I mean. And let's do this. This has to be squiggly. As squiggly as I can make it, but not too squiggly. Like everything, it has to be just the right amount. Come on, hand. Please cooperate with me. I don't have all night. That there was almost perfect. Actually, you know what? Forget the squiggliness. Let's just do a straight, quote-unquote, line. Yeah, that there works. Let me add a little bit over here. Not too much. Here we go. Maybe try to draw just small groups of scales that fades away. That is something that I have been trying to practice, but I am not yet ready enough to do those. What I am going to do here to give the idea that he does have scales, however, is something kind of similar to what you have just suggested. Yeah, I think that is okay. Actually, here, let me show you what I am talking about. Let's see, Michael to DeviantArt, work in progress. Where is I'll make them burn? Here it is. This is the latest, one of the latest things I have done. Okay, see these darker areas here outside of the actual shadow? This is kind of what I am going to do, because this, when seen from sort of a distance, like it is most visible on his paw or on his leg over here, this kind of gives me the idea that his skin, in this case the scales, it gives the idea that it has a texture, in this case scales. See, this is what I'm going to do. I also do the same thing for his mane, which doesn't have scales, it has fur or hair, whatever you might want to call it. But due to the nature of this particular brush, because you kind of know what kind of material this is supposed to be, it naturally gives the idea that there is hair there, while over here that this is scales. And kind of the same thing here happened with the tree over here. See? And the pony down here, although the pony didn't, I don't think I have applied that effect on the pony here. Yeah, I didn't, because it wasn't necessary. But yeah, that is what I'm going to be doing once I am done with these highlight lines. Ketchup. Yeah, let's just say that's ketchup. Yeah, that picture there, the idea behind that picture is that, well, first of all, that pony and this dragon, they are friends, okay? They are very good friends. And this dragon specifically, he really cares about his friends. He really cares about those who, well, he cares about. So, no, sorry, what I mean is he's very protective of those who he cares about. And because that pony and him are good friends, he cares about that pony, that unicorn, a lot. And the idea on that picture is that someone or something has hurt that pony, and that is why the pony is all beaten up on the ground like that. So that has really, forgive my language, but that has really pissed him off. Has really pissed off the dragon. So the dragon is attacking whoever or whatever it is that hurt his friend. And that's why I named it that. I'll make them burn. Like, they hurt you, they should not have done that, they are going to regret it, I will make them burn. You know, that sort of stuff. And actually draw that picture was kind of depressing for me because one, I really like this character, this little guy here. He's so cute. I really like him, and up until then I had only drawn him being all happy and smiling and cute like this, and draw him being all beaten up, hurt like that, and sad, like in that way. It was really, well, it really took a toll on my emotions because I care about the character. So yeah, it was hurtful to draw him hurt like that. Now here I am doing some of these highlights on the mane of on his tail. So hopefully this is going to look nice when it's done. Now this here should be very quick. No, this one needs to be a little stronger. I'm gonna press a little harder on the pen. I am feeling a little bit of lag, and that is getting in the way. Oh, that's why the processor usage is almost at 100%. That's why it's lagging. The lag is bad because if I need to make let me do this very slowly so I can make this right. Like if I need to make a curved line, kind of like this, you saw that it lagged a little bit over here. Either I go very slowly and that will mess up with the pressure, because it's difficult to keep the right pressure for long. If I do it fast the way I need, the dragon, you saw you haven't chosen death. Exactly. But if I need to go quickly and the computer is lagging, instead of drawing a smooth curved line, the computer can't keep up, so it goes like kind of like this, you know, and that messes up everything. So as a result, I gotta redo the thing several times. Come on, hand and computer, you can do it. Oh, that one went really poorly. Okay, this one will work. But yeah, this dragon character, he is a friend of the dragon for the most part. Just do not cross him. And as a dragon, he won't hesitate to do whatever it takes to, well, let's just say you don't want to cross his path. Let's not make the dragon angry. Oh, this is one here is very, very bright. You can barely see the line. There we go. That should work. Now let me copy the layer style from the one before and apply here. Let's go back to his head. Now let me see, I think I'm just going to change the color of the glow. Or not, actually. Nah, the same color as the other one I think might work. Or, well no, actually let me try. Let me try to base it on this shade of green. Let's see what this is going to look like. This actually looks better. But this particular shade. Okay. So that is done. Let me name this one main, not menu, main light effects. 50%. Okie dokie. Let me save. Takes a while to save. That is always fun. Let me make a new layer above Light Effects 1, and I'm going to name this one. I'm not going to name this one anything yet. What I am going to do, however, is pick this shade and white. That's pretty much mostly white now. I want to add this same sort of effect here on his chest. Ah, that is so bright. I can. You know what? Let's switch the color to something I can actually see. And then once I get the shade right, then I can change the color. And how, you might ask? I will show you. Not that this is actually going to make much of a difference because this is so light. Okay, that should work. No, it doesn't work because this part here is not curvy enough. How? You'll see in a moment. Yeah, I think this is all that I need for this one. Right, now the how. Lock this layer. Let's use a larger brush. Now let's pick the color that this is supposed to have. And just paint over. There we go. Now let's add the layer style. Let's change the color of the glow. Pure white, I guess. And okay. This is barely visible, but it is there. Like if I hide the layer of his body, we should be able to see it. There it is. See right here? Going up there. Did I need to do this? Considering how light this section of his body is, the answer is no, I didn't. But I did anyway. Light effects to 50%. Okay, so that is it for these lines on the dragon. So the next thing is going to be do that thing I showed you earlier that will make it look like he actually has a texture of scales. However, I'm not going to do that just yet. I am going to move on and apply these same line effects on the Yoshi, because the Yoshi, he also supposedly has a scaled skin. Do Yoshis actually have scales for skin? Or are their skin just very smooth? Huh. I never really thought of that. Well, regardless, scales or not, the Yoshi's skin is smooth, very smooth, so it should have some light reflecting off of it. Let's pick a very light shade of blue. I did make a new layer. We'll never know. Yeah, or at least until Nintendo decides it. This is way too light of a blue. Let me do this again. From the base. There we go. Let's see if this works. Now, this is not light enough. Wait a second. Do Yoshi have scales? I type DP. Derp. Yoshi skin's big, blah blah blah. Is Yoshi good or bad? Yeah, he's supposed to be a dinosaur. Although, according to what I read a few years ago, kind of a mix of a dinosaur and a dragon. So yeah, I would guess his skin supposedly scales, but scale? There's no mention of scales anywhere on this wiki. Yeah, but I guess we never know until Nintendo does something or says something. But yeah, being a dinosaur, we would guess that he does have scales. A mix of a dinosaur and a frog, not according to the Super Mario World manual, instructions manual, from what I can recall. Ah, this is still too light. Dang it. Or maybe I'm just using too much zoom over here. So that is why this is messing up. Yeah, if we look from that perspective, I suppose so, Vortex, but the manual definitely states he's some sort of dinosaur dragon, or dragon dinosaur, I don't know, something like that. Thing is, Yoshi's a weird thing. Oh, I didn't shade his nostrils, I just realized that. Oh, this just works perfectly. Let me do some shading on his nostrils real quick here, because I forgot to do that. Or did I do it, and because his colors are so light, they barely show at all, and I forgot. Let me change to highlights. Okay, that is much better. Or maybe chameleon. Yeah, from the aspect of being, from the point of view of being a sort of lizard, I suppose chameleon would make more sense. Oops, wrong tool. Let's see what Google says. What creature is Yoshi? Yoshi is a fictional dinosaur who appears in video games published by Nintendo. This isn't very specific. What species is Yoshi? Well, it's mostly a dinosaur, that's for sure, but I clearly remember the manual on Super Mario World saying that there was dragon somewhere in there. Does it say dragon anywhere here? Many Yoshis can be seen in the background. Okay, that's not it. In Fortune Street, many Yoshis can be seen in the background on the Yoshi's Island board. A majority of the Dragon Quest characters refer to them as dragons. Well, that kind of plays towards what I was saying, that the manual of Super Mario World mentions that he's a blend of dinosaur and dragon. Mostly dinosaur, of course, but also dragon. Is the manual available for download as PDF somewhere? Super Mario World Instructions Manual. I have it. I have a physical copy, of that manual, but it's in a box over there, and it's in Portuguese. I don't want to fiddle with boxes right now. Nintendo.co.japan. Is this in Japanese? Let's find out. Okie dokie. No, it seems to be in English. Awesome. Okay, there's a little bit of a story. This brings so many memories. Although my manual, my copy is in Portuguese. Transferring extra players, saving your progress, special Mario emotions. Or maybe I read it somewhere else. First, jump to climb Yoshi's back, blah 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 blah. The Legend of the Color Yoshis. Somewhere in the land of dragons, there are 3 different color Yoshis hiding. At first, they are little kids, blah blah blah. Okay, so there's another reference to them being a sort of dragon. But maybe the text where I read that they are a blend of dinosaur and dragon might have been on some other game, and I am mistaken for Super Mario World. You go, thanks. Yeah, I like this wallpaper too. It's a really cool picture. I wish I could draw and paint like that though. Yeah, I might have mistaken this one for some other description of some other game, but I'm pretty sure Yoshi is a blend of dinosaur and dragon. Mostly dinosaur, obviously. Okay, let's continue here. Let's add some of this to his tail back there. A bit on his hand. His fingers over here. Very gently. There we go. His arm on this part here. These don't really need it. And I'm gonna add some of this to his shoes as well, but that is going to have a different shade, a different color entirely. Light effects 1. Name this 50%, and I am going to apply the same layer style from the dragon, but I gotta change this color over here. There we go. Now let's make a new layer. Light effects to 50%. Oops. 50%, there we go. Let's pick a color from the shoe. Make it lighter. And let's do the thing. Come on, hand, just do the curve. No, that's not good enough yet. Dang it. Okay, no, that's not okay yet. Just this one more here, and we are done with this Yoshi for now. Yeah, I guess that's alright. Let's paste the layer style. Change the color of the glow to match the color of the shoe. And there we have it. Nice. Let me save the progress. Okay. Now here's the thing. Silvertrot, the unicorn. Unlike Mike Braveheart, sorry, who is the dragon, and Tokiyoshi, who's this blue Yoshi over here. Silvertrot does not have scales. Silvertrot does not have a smooth skin like Tokiyoshi over there, whatever the surface of his scales are. Of his skin, sorry. Scales or whatever else. Tokiyoshi does not have fur. Michael Braveheart does not have fur, except for his mane. Silvertrot, on the other hand, his whole body is covered in fur. So I cannot apply this a little shine effect to him because it would not make sense. Well, not much sense. I suppose some shine can exist, like shining off some surfaces of some hair strings on his tail, for example, or his mane. But the times I have done that effect on an equine, let's say equine, on the few times I have drawn these creatures, it just didn't really look very good. So what I believe I am going to apply here on him to enhance his shading is going to be the same thing that I am going to apply on the dragon and the Yoshi to give the idea that they have scales, except that on the pony that is going to work towards making it look like he has fur. Also, I could just draw fur, but that is going to take so many hours to cover his body in fur. And believe me, I have drawn like this dragon here. I used to draw a string by string of his mane manually. Every single string of hair coming out of his head and his back and his tail. I used to draw that to make it look like hair slash fur. That is a nightmare to do. I'm never gonna do that again. Way too much trouble, way too much work. But yeah, I could do that on the pony because the pony is much smaller than the dragon, but still, way too much work. Way more work than is actually worth it. So I'm just going to use that effect to enhance the idea, to give the idea that he has fur, and to enhance the shading and lighting. Let me save this as a sample so I can compare the progress I have done so far with the other pictures, with the other drawing sessions. Do it. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not. Let me show you one of the other pictures from when I used to do that. Work in progress. Let's see some old picture. Much Pone? Did I do it here? I don't remember. Where's the final version? Oh, it's taking a while to load here because the computer's so busy saving the thing on Photoshop over there. No, I don't think I did that on this one. Made the sword, definitely not. In the Shadows Mine, this is from the time I used to do that, but I don't remember if I did it here. No, this is from before I started doing that. Finding a pet. There's a different dragon, but yeah, here's an example. This is a different dragon, but his mane is also like that. You can see these are strings of hair or fur, whatever. And I have drawn every single one of them across his entire body, from his head all the way to his tail, all the way to the end of his tail. This took literally hours to make, but here's the thing, it works, it is a good effect, it gets the idea across, but this has been done on a much smaller on a much lower resolution than what I currently work on nowadays, because back when I used to do it like this, the canvas resolution was much lower, so it was a lot easier to do it. It would still take hours to make it. Here's another example. You can see if I zoom in, it is more blurry, but it works. But it was a lot easier to do it back then because the resolution of the canvas was much lower. Nowadays, however, the canvas is gigantic in comparison. So okay, so this one has just finished saving a sample. The resolution that I currently work on is always above the 5,000 pixels most of the time. This particular picture here has a resolution of 6,116 by 3,400 pixels. It's huge. If I go full size, it doesn't even fit on here. I can maximize the window. It doesn't fit on my screen. My screen is not large enough to display the whole thing. It's gigantic. For you to have an even bigger and more accurate idea of how much larger the canvas is now, let me open. I think Infirmary Awkwardness. No. Let's. Oh God, what was that one? Shout Your Last Cry. Let me find Shout Your Last Cry. Here. Shout Your Last Cry. This has been. I have considered this picture here to be my best work of all time for a very long time. And even though I have not drawn the hair strings on this picture here, I think this was a little before I started doing that. This is about the same resolution that I used to work with back when I did that. So let's compare. I am going to copy this PNG as it is, and I'm going to paste it over this picture here. So let me go all the way up here. So I'm going to paste it over this picture. So by itself, this picture kind of looks like it has a high resolution, but you're going to see how tiny it is in comparison to the canvas I usually work with nowadays. Boom, there it is. That is that entire picture on top of the one that I am working on right now. This is the canvas that I used to work with. Now imagine, like I said, it was much easier to draw string by string back then because the resolution was much lower. It would still take several hours to do a whole mane. Excuse me. It would still take several hours to draw a whole mane, but it was far more doable then because the resolution was so much lower. Now with a resolution so much higher than that, it would take days until I could even get to half of a mane by doing string by string. Look at that! It looks so tiny in comparison. So yeah, when I started working on higher resolutions, At first, I was still doing the hair by hair, but then I figured that I thought to myself, you know what, this is, on such high resolution, this just takes way too much more time than before. I cannot keep doing it. I just cannot. I gotta figure something else. I gotta figure something out. And so I stopped doing it like that, and instead I started doing it like this. The little shine and that effect with the leaf tool that I explained earlier and show you an example of as well. Let me close this. Let's compare the progress from this latest version of the sample with a couple more. With the one from a Sunday, the Sunday before that one, and the first Sunday that is streamed in this particular picture. So this here is a sample of all the progress I have done the first time I have streamed this particular picture. This is the Sunday after that. Let me maximize it a little bit. So this is the Sunday after that. This is the Sunday that after that. And this, I believe it was the last Sunday. And this is today. Look at those trees back there. Oh, they look so good. Nice. Now let's compare today with several Sundays ago. Boom. There it is. Look at the difference. Oh, I am really enjoying how this is turning out. So good. So much better now than it was back then. Love it. Love it. Here, let me go back to I'll make them burn. I'll make them burn. There it is. They look very vibrant. Yes, right? Here's the main how I do it now. Here's those shines I was telling you about. The light shining off the hair. And you see these I'm not gonna say imperfections, but you can see these marks, these differences in lighting and shading over here. That's what I do now. This is much easier and quicker to do, and it still gives the idea that there is hair over there. Actually, this picture in particular was not supposed to even exist. I was just practicing drawing dragon anatomy, and I was practicing how to draw dragon teeth. And I drew this, so then I drew a whole head to see what it looked like, and next thing I know, I drew a whole thing. But yeah, that is the effect that I'm going to be applying on this over here later on to enhance the shading and lighting on his mane, and also on the pony and the Yoshi. But even though the effect is going to be pretty much the same on these three characters, if done right, the idea that it's going to convey is that they have different types of skin. On the dragon and like the Yoshi too, it is going to convey the idea of a scaly texture on their skin, while on the pony and the dragon's mane, for that extension, it should convey the idea that it is a furry texture, you know, that there's fur over there. I go in between that. No problem, Vortex. I am actually finishing the stream just now. That's why I have closed Photoshop, because I actually have streamed for longer than I had originally planned. Actually, on the start of the stream, I said that I would likely cut the stream a little shorter today, but it turns out I went over the minimum time that I usually stream for. But anyway, no problem. I know you gotta go. I also gotta go. So that's why I am finishing the stream now. This is about all the time I have for today. So for the usual reminders at the end of every stream. So guys, remember every Friday I stream a different game every week at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you would like to catch me playing something on the stream, and who knows, maybe even join me for some game, depending on what I am playing, you are always welcome to join at 6 p.m. Eastern every Friday. On Saturdays, I might occasionally I might occasionally stream something, but those random streams, those random extra streams on Saturdays, they are not scheduled, so they happen whenever they happen. So if you would like to catch one of those, you have to stay alert for any announcements. So I might post stuff on Truckers MP, Twitter, my DeviantArt specifically, even YouTube maybe, who knows. But yeah, so if you would like to catch one of those, you have to stay alert for any announcements. And every Sunday, if you like what I have watched here today, you are always welcome to join me on every Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern to catch another drawing session on the Chill Art Sunday. And soon in the future, I plan to be adding another stream slot on the week, sometime probably on Wednesday. I don't yet know what I will be streaming then or at what time of the day, but that's in the plans. I am also planning to include in my schedule, in my streaming schedule, to be streaming game moderation work on Truckers MP. Either once a week or once a month. I don't want to overdo those, so those are definitely coming. I have already done one of those streams on the 1st of January, which was a Friday, and that actually went down really nicely. I liked it. So yeah, I'm going to be making more of those, so stay tuned for announcements on those if you'd like to catch them. And I believe that is about it. So yeah, my friends, thank you so much for joining me for this other drawing session on Sunday. I hope you have enjoyed. I had a lot of fun drawing and chatting with you. I hope you have had as much fun as I did. And yeah, I wish you all a very good week, a very good and blessed week. And if you gotta go to school, then good school for you. And if you gotta go to work, then have a good day at work throughout all the week. And hopefully I'm gonna see you again either on Friday or Sunday or Saturday, who knows, whatever. You guys are always welcome. So yeah, until then, God bless you, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye!
Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Don't bet on taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's both been elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the year. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let them on my opinion. Stipulations list before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment, claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait to play to indecision. Don't bet on taking shifts because you've got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus